In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Joe Camry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Start 2026 off by banking smarter. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union. Earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more, all while enjoying easy, flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or stop by your nearest branch to get started. Harvest your financial freedom and explore other available savings options, such as our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We are jam-packed today, as coming up at 10:30, you'll hear from Chloe Cole. They told her she was a boy, her incredible story and her take on SCOTUS, what's happening with that debate, and it fits into, of course, what is a woman, what is a girl. And then 11 o'clock, locally, Representative and local Pennsylvania Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Mac is back. 11:30, Michael Busler, our financial economic guru, as we talk about the latest with the economy. And I know Scott Bessent was speaking out yesterday. I always enjoy the Treasury Secretary. So Dan Borowski, hardest working executive producer in America, and has an incredible cut sheet and some new cuts and some new takes that we want to get to. So I know Dan was interested in the whole Got Whole Milk campaign in the Oval Office, but as well thinking about Greenland. And so where do you want to go, Dan Borowski?
Yeah, well, you guys spoke about the milk fairly recently, so let's go into Greenland. I'm genuinely curious what Dawn Stensland thinks about the effort of going after Greenland, going for Greenland on a global scale. The global impact of us having a country like that, as we know, it's close to the Arctic Sea. We can cross over. They say it'd be the shortest distance to Russia. I don't know if that's true. I mean, there's Alaska there, though. But that said, Trump, he did run on let's not be the world's police, and let's not get involved in international geopolitics that we don't need to involve ourselves in. So, Dawn, what say you to Trump's Greenland push?
Well, first, I would say that it's a couple of things, but to me, as I've said, I think it's a negotiation. So right now, this is art of the deal. It's a contract. It's negotiation. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the NATO agreement that we have already, we can build as many bases as we already have bases there, but we can build another base or two. So to me, what I see here is that, in fact, it's all about the deal, the contract they have, the fear that the Danes, first of all, are not doing a great job of and holding up their end of the contract, if you will. Number one, there's a claim that the Greenlanders, the peeps, there aren't many people there, but maybe 50,000, but the Greenlanders actually would prefer that the United States offer the umbrella protection there and be in charge. And then number three, and I know that brings us to your cut sheet, somebody who I had the honor of meeting along Trump Force 47, maybe some of you met him as well, Doug Burgum, who is a real expert when it comes to thinking about anything involving rare earth metals, oil, energy. He is so sharp on this issue and really impressive. So let's listen to now Secretary Burgum as he explains why we need Greenland, America.
A different take, too, which is surprising. Take a listen.
Sean, who knew that posting a factual map of Alaska and Greenland would be triggering to those folks that do not fully understand the importance of Greenland and the strategic nature of protecting the United States of America. Think about Alaska, which we also purchased, is so strategic now, both in terms of energy, but also in terms of our military bases there. And the same thing with Greenland. These are like two bookends that protect North America. And as you know, today, we're in an era of unmanned warfare. Through my life growing up in North Dakota, we were filled with missiles because of the over-the-Arctic attack that could become. We were the defensive front line for protecting America. But early detection matters, and having that position in Greenland and Alaska is critical to the safety. As President Trump said today, the great leadership that he's providing Commander-in-Chief, the Golden Dome, we need Greenland to make sure the Golden Dome is going to protect America.
And so in that one, we also have the Bidufik. This is the Bidufik Space Base in Greenland there.
I just like the way that you say that, Dawn.
I had to look up.
Bidufik.
It starts with a P as in Peter, but it's actually pronounced because these are my peoples. I claim, I'm half Scandinavian, but it's the P is pronounced as a B, so it's Bidufik. They got the Bidufik. Why do they need more? But but we already have a U.S. Space Force base located on the northwest coast of Greenland, and so in part, as I said the other day, it's also about the space race. And it's a critical area. But then Trump, I know, was talking about the Golden Dome. And right away you see the headlines, oh, the Golden Dome excuse.
Here's Trump talking about national security in Greenland.
We're going to see what happens with Greenland. We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens. They're going to brief me on the meeting right after this conference. In fact, the sooner I get you out, the faster I'm going to know exactly what happened. But we have a very good relationship with Denmark, as you know. We'll see. But, we're doing the Golden Dome. We're doing a lot of things, and we really need it. If we don't go in, Russia's going to go in, and China's going to go in. And there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it, but we can do everything about it.
More than what they can do than
Well, we're going to see. Look, we're going to see what happens, but we need it. I'm not the first one. This was talked about by President Truman, and 40 years before President Truman, they were talking about it. They've been talking about this for 100 years. This is not anything so new. A lot of people don't realize that. This was a hot subject, probably not as hot as it is now, but it was a hot subject for a long time. We need it for national security, and that includes for Europe. And I spoke with, as you know, Mark, the head of NATO, and he really wants to see something happen. It's very important.
So we'll talk about it. There's so much breaking, so much developing we want to get into. But up next, a very special guest. This is Chloe Cole. We'll be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by LendSeek.
If you devote a lifetime to saving money, you shouldn't feel bad about spending it in retirement. Sandy Brager of Aspirient in San Francisco says you can save, spend, and have enough to take care of yourself and your heirs in the future.
Finding that both and balance, that's really important in those situations.
She says you can put your savings to work by creating memorable family experiences.
Whether it's traveling together, having meals out.
I'm Rob Hart.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Hi, everyone. It's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we've sent kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our sea service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Sunday's Crash Proof Retirement Show will air at a special time, 10 a.m. Tune in to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. This Sunday's Crash Proof Retirement Show starts at 10 a.m.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hola, amigos!
Boys, it's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Live here on the Dawn Stensland Show at Dawn Stensland. Thank you so much for joining me for this important moment, as I've called what's happening right now a true civil rights battle that we are seeing in real time, and that battle being played out before the Supreme Court of the United States. My next guest, who you may call a girl interrupted in her life. Remember that movie, Girl Interrupted? This is a matter of life and death, according to Chloe Cole, who calls herself a detransitioner, a 12-year-old girl. I think of myself as, going through my tomboy phase. I love to climb trees, my hair cut short, and love to do everything my brother did. And what if in that moment my parents, because they thought it was trendy or they were convinced by a pediatrician, perhaps at a local hospital, a prestigious hospital, what if my parents had said, oh, Dawn is really a boy? Well, that's the exact scenario pretty much that happened to my next guest. This is Chloe Cole. Thank you so much for your courage, for speaking out. I'm so sorry for what you've been through, but my goodness, you are so strong and so brave to tell your story and make a real difference, a generational difference, Chloe. Thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Can you tell us first a little more about yourself? It started when you were about, 11, 12, and you were a tomboy, which happens to so many of us.
Right. I was, in a lot of ways, very stereotypically boyish, but I didn't really grow up believing that I was actually a boy until I began using social media at around that age, and through the internet, I found these other girls who were in very similar circumstances to me, who had the same insecurities as me, and they seemed to find their own sense of happiness and fulfillment in following this community and this way of life that was presented to them, not just including the way that they would dress, but also even being led down the path of drugs. And I do want to make it clear that my mom and dad never wanted me to go down this path, but they were manipulated by the doctors into believing that this was the only thing that would take me alive from the situation, that would allow me to thrive and be happy. They were told that it would be a matter of life and death, that I would certainly take my own life if it were not for this treatment. And that is the same manipulation that many doctors across the country have employed to lead young children down an irreversible path.
And so in this one, and Chloe, I've heard this story, locally across the region and across the country, that loving parents like yours were convinced that for the greater good of their child, the mental health of their child, the mental, and the survival of their child, and so that they do what the doctor prescribes, essentially. For you, what did that mean? Was it about pills? Was it, can you take us through, because obviously it was more than taking pills or hormone blockers, I guess or puberty blockers, but actual invasive surgeries. Can you tell us then where this led with the doctors prescribing what?
The doctors, rather than encouraging me to wait and challenging these views that I had of myself that came from very childish, very developmentally appropriate, actually, misgivings that I had about my developing body, they encouraged me to first go down what they called a social transition, with changing my name and the way that I carried myself. And then at 13 years old, when I wasn't even done with my 8th grade year of middle school yet, I was prescribed injections of chemical castration agents to stop my puberty. I was put on cross-sex hormones that were injections as well. And at 15 years old, I underwent a radical double mastectomy to get rid of my breast, but I detransitioned at the age of 16 because I realized that one day I wanted to become a mother, that these treatments were potentially infringing on my ability to do so, and that it was causing harm to my body that would certainly affect my future and prevent me from having a future family. And I also had realized that I could find a sense of happiness. I could find purpose outside of this path that I was led down. And I wanted to give that encouraging message to other people who have been in my situation as well. So I started to speak out about my experience and use what me and my family have been through for the greater good.
So you did go through the surgery, though.
I had a surgery. I ended up having my breast surgically removed, and that actually proved to be the major turning point, even though it was the thing that I was told would make me happiest.
You know what I've said for so long, Chloe, is that it's first and foremost, even if their premise was correct, and we'll get into it, but even if the doctors and those who believe in all of this were correct, think about how cruel it is to tell any child that to be who you truly are, you have to change everything you are, go into an OR, go under anesthesia, and surgically change. To me, the very premise of it is cruel. And
absolutely,
and so you physically had to go through that. That's just it. I mean, I have a colleague who's 11-year-old just went through pulling out some molars, and how the family was concerned, and that's all they've been talking about, to pull out a couple of teeth. And in this situation, it's so highly invasive, and I don't think we focus on that enough. But it sounds to me like you, and then perhaps your family, realized during those moments, wait a minute, this is not where I want to go. So as you so-called what does that mean, detransition? And did you, because you and your family came together on that, are you able then to go on in a healthy way? And have they told you can have kids and have these things despite all of these lies that were told to not just you, your mom and dad?
A lot of people in my situation express frustration with the word detransition because it doesn't really fully encapsulate the experience. It implies that there is reversibility to these treatments, which not a single one of them are. Once you start a child in the medical process, they are affected at least in some way permanently. And that has been the case with me, even though in a lot of ways I'm a very fortunate case. My health has been restored afterward. I don't know if I'm going to be able to naturally have children of my own, what the risk of birth defects or cancer might be from here on out. But for some people, there really is not any going back in the medical sense. But universally, what it means is to reject the lies that were sold to you, to learn again, to embrace what God has beautifully given you and bestowed upon you when you were born and conceived, and to live in reality. And that is what I chose to do at the age of 16.
Which is amazing, and we're so thankful for you and that you're okay, that you're healthy. So for you, I know you've become really a civil rights activist, if you will, but you've been speaking out about the Supreme Court arguments that were heard this week and the back and forth about transgenderism, what it is to define a female, a girl, all of that. What are your takeaways, Chloe, as you look from your unique perspective on the discussion, the questions, the Q&A between the attorneys, the Supreme Court? What really struck you this week as you look at this?
This ideology is something that goes far beyond the hospital systems, far beyond clinical visits. It has infected our culture and our institutions, especially our schools, in more ways than people even knew about just a few years ago. And this week I spoke on it from a perspective that I don't usually get to touch on, from the sports issue, which I think is equally as important, because it points to a basic reality that men and women were created differently. We have innate biological differences from birth that no drugs, no injections, no surgeries can ever fully change, no matter what the individual believes. And by doctors and by institutions leading people down this route of delusion, it not only leads to the individual getting hurt, it also often leads to the people around them getting hurt, as we've seen with these female athletes who have been forced to house with, to be teamed with, to compete against male athletes who believe that they're a woman just because they throw on a wig and put on a dress. There have been, it's a complete violation of women's rights that just a few decades ago we fought for. We fought to have our own spaces. We fought to have our own fair playing field, and now it is being invaded by men who need to be told no and have no right to be in our private spaces. And that is what the Supreme Court was hearing arguments for this week. There was about 2 cases regarding men's involvement in women's sports. And I think it's going to be a massive landmark case. And even major news outlets, even those that are on the left, were reporting that they think that this case is going to end in our favor. And I think it makes a lot of sense given that 2 years or about a year ago, and last summer, it was ruled that by the Supreme Court that these state bans on minor transition will be upheld by the Constitution and continue and will stand the test of time in courts. And if our country is going to stand on the protection of children, then they need to also stand for the protection of girls and women everywhere.
And I do want to talk about the Supreme Court because, a lot of people also yesterday, and I just saw that you had posted this on Insta, so I wanted to get your take on it. And this was Dr. Nisha Verma, who I believe got her, she got her medical degree in about 2015, but she was going before Congress and she was questioned. This has gone viral. She was, and you commented on it on Instagram, but she was asked by Josh Hawley, Republican. Listen in.
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure what the goal of the question is.
The goal is just to establish a biological reality.
So in that one, I know a lot of people are taking that clip and haha, and it's funny and they laugh at it. But for you, your comment on it is how serious this is, that doctors like this treating patients actually believe, apparently, that men, can get pregnant and believe in all of this stuff. What's your comment to Dr. Verma as she and doctors like her, Chloe? If you could speak to her.
It's easy to scoff at, but I feel like this shows a serious problem in our institutions of how easily captured they can be by ideology, including our own doctors who we may entrust with the lives of our children. And she's avoiding the question because she knows reality. She knows that her male patients are male, that her female patients are female, that she is not actually changing their sex, and she is lying. Not just to them and getting them hurt, she is lying to the whole country in this case. And that is not acceptable. This cannot continue in our hospital systems, in our government, anywhere in our country. If we want to return to sanity, this has to stop now.
Yeah, and so often people say, go after girls, go after women if you want to destroy a society. We hear these conversations all the time. What do you hope happens out of this ruling? And then do you believe that this particular, that there are two different cases before the Supreme Court, Chloe, but if SCOTUS now goes, rules in the way that, I mean, there are a lot of pundits here, but everybody's thinking that based on the questioning and so on, that this will be a majority rule, maybe even 7-2, where the Supreme Court backs the rights of girls in sports. But what do you hope happens here culturally, not just legally?
I agree that this ideology in every way is subversive and really society destroying. It's blurring the line between male and female, the safety, the spaces that women have fought for. It's blurring the line between child and adult by getting in between the relationship between a child and their parents, often going behind their backs, and telling children and parents that children are equipped to make adult decisions that will destroy them for life, that will potentially leave an entire fraction of my generation sterile, unable to have children of their own. And it's something that moving forward we have to combat in every single way we can. In legislation, in the law, in the courts. We need to have bans on this treatment for children in all 50 states and federally. These bans need to be upheld in courts and stand the test of time. We need to address what happens afterward to these kids who are still in the fray, who are still confused or have already unfortunately been hurt, and create a way out for them to be able to go back to a normal life. And we need to establish a permanent definition of male and female and make it so that biological reality is in every single way protected from here on out.
Well, Chloe Cole, we just so appreciate you. You're an important voice and you're so courageous and a beautiful girl, beautiful young woman. I see you all over social media in your dress and your hair is so beautiful. And I just hope you continue on and know that you are so beautiful and you're a bright light in this world. Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you so much for giving me your time.
Oh, thank you. There's that saying, educate a girl, educate a nation. And that's really what this is all about. That as we think about our medical community, our schools, and this issue has really tentacles that have infected so many institutions. And Chloe so eloquently and beautifully put that. So please follow her. Please support her in every way and hold her up in prayer, as well as so many kids nowadays just going through this. It really is the civil rights battle of our time. Thanks for being here today, Dawn Stensley.
Hey, Dawn, just a note. I want to get out there at Chloe Cole on Twitter. If you want to reach out, talk to her, feel free to go on social media. She's all over social. She is a great person. She responds to you. Chloe Cole, at Chloe Cole, to get in contact.
I really appreciate her. We're going to take a quick break. There is so much more to come. Be right back.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Warrington, and Thoroughfare. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,400 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, Warrington at the Hampton Inn, or in Thoroughfare at the Best Western. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Achieve your dreams and goals with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. As a homeowner, reward yourself for your hard work and investment. Home equity can be used in a variety of ways, like completing home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or pay for school tuition. Give back to yourself for your hard work. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeequity to learn more. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve, visiting from out west, wants the heat cranked way up and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So the breaking news of the moment, we have Congressman Ryan McKenzie with some breaking news with him and his latest bill that he's co-sponsoring that I love, but we'll ask him about everything. So that's going to be great. Federal prosecutors say they secured indictments against 20 people accused of rigging college basketball games across the country and pro hoops contest in China. So newly unsealed court documents just revealed. I see this. I think the Philly Inquirer has it. NBC 10, 6 ABC. So local media, but also national media. Suspects face charges including alleged bribery in sports, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, etc. So we'll look at that one. But a major story involving sports gambling. Nobody we know, but we hope, right? But this is the latest as federal prosecutors are probing now the world of college basketball games and alleged corruption here in sports gambling scandal, rocking high-level U.S. sports. So we got that one going on. So we'll look for all the local names or possibly local names. So just ahead, Pennsylvania Congressman Ryan McKenzie. And then, of course, we'll talk all things economic. I know Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, always so impressive. He's been speaking out as well. President Trump, local, national, regional. Wow, so much. And the emu getting cuffed. I don't know. We might have to have more fun with that one. Dawn Show continues right around the corner. Thanks for being here.
Is life insurance on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $500,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You have 3 ex-wives, and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January's a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So you're going to love this one because we talk all the time about how unfair it is. Unless you've been following Nancy Pelosi all along, you know how Congress members get so filthy rich over the years. I mean, basically, if you're a Somali daycare, who's more profitable if you run a Somali daycare in Minnesota or if you have, I don't know, been a Congress member like Pelosi?
Is not the truth.
But he's not
Throw
a millionaire.
For the children.
For the children. Well, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, Mac is back. This is PA the 7th District, representing basically the Lehigh Valley, the Poconos area, co-sponsoring this Stop the Insider Trading Act. Maybe it should be called the Stop the Insanity Act, but Stop the Insider Trading Act, a piece of legislation just introduced this week by Congressman McKenzie, which would prohibit members of Congress as well as, and here's the important point, their spouses, because remember Nancy Pelosi would tell you, well, it's not her, it's her brilliant investment guru, I guess, her husband Paul, but also their dependent children.
Why would you even cover that?
From purchasing securities issued by publicly traded companies. So that's among the deets. But let's welcome in Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Good morning, Congressman.
Dawn, it's great to be back on the show with such a prominent figure in our community. I was watching the Mummers Parade and was glad to see you on there. You did a great job.
Thank you. We had a lot of fun, and we'll be doing it again with the string band competition coming to Lincoln Financial Field, and that'll be coming up on Saturday, January the 31st. So Larry Menti, my better half, as I say, will be honored to host that one, the Mummery. But in this one, let's go through it as far as why you co-sponsor this and why you think that this cuts out some important loopholes.
Sure. I think first and foremost, I mean, it's an issue of fairness. It's about restoring trust in our elected officials, and it's just a common sense reform whose time is long overdue. They have been talking about this for many years. The Congress, before I got here, had passed some legislation which made reporting requirements more transparent. That's a good thing, but it still did not stop this activity of individuals trading stock on potentially insider information or information that is not publicly known yet. And so the legislation that we offered, again, we're trying to just get something passed because, these institutional roadblocks, people that have been here forever, like Nancy Pelosi, as you mentioned, have been trading stocks for decades, making themselves incredibly wealthy. They are the impediments. They're the ones who stand in the way of common sense reforms like this. Newer members like myself are trying to push and make changes to Congress. And so we have this piece of legislation, which came out of committee, we believe has a very good chance of not only getting through the House, but actually becoming law, stopping individuals from buying new individual stocks. It still allows for things like ETFs and mutual funds, things that have a basket of companies that anybody in the private market may consider for their retirement funds or anything like that. So it still allows that type of activity, but really the most egregious cases that we've seen are things where individuals are buying individual companies while they're sitting on a committee with jurisdiction for that. And you're going, how can that be that we should continue to allow that? So again, we have a common sense piece of legislation here, made it through its first step in the process this week, and hopefully we're going to continue to advance it and get it passed into law here.
And also another thing just this week, so I just want to go on some topical issues that you were applauding Chairman Jordan, you and Chairman Jordan were applauding the Judiciary Committee on the passage of this E-Verify legislation. Take us through, what is it? And why is it important?
So this is legislation that I authored myself, and it's been, a cause that I've been championing since my time in the state legislature, which is expanded mandatory use of E-Verify. E-Verify is a Department of Homeland Security program that requires employers to run their new hires through a program where you can instantly check the status of an individual to see if they are lawful and authorized to work in the country. And so what that does is it screens out illegal immigrants who are trying to take American jobs, drive down American wages. And I always say, even just the idea that businesses are going to be running you through E-Verify acts like a sign outside of your home for a security system. If you put that sign out, that is proven to drive away a lot of bad actors because they say, hey, I don't want to even test the system. And so this is one way to protect American jobs and American wages. I was successful in passing legislation in Pennsylvania that made it mandatory for the construction industry. So this legislation that I've introduced in Congress, I was shocked to learn that even the federal government does not require all the contractors that it works with to be running its employees through E-Verify to make sure that taxpayer dollars for any kind of contract are going to companies that only have lawful and legal workers on their payrolls. And so I brought it to Chairman Jordan's attention. He is chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and Jim Jordan, I mean, as many of your listeners know at home, great American, great legislator, real conservative voice for us, leading voice for us in Congress. And he said, that's an awesome idea. He said, that is great. I want to get it moved through our committee. So he helped get that bill out of committee. I've talked to the leader and the speaker, and they like the idea as well. The challenge is just, quite honestly, at this point in time, we have very slim majorities where it's not even that we don't have the votes for it. It's just simply that this week we ran into problems where somebody was in a car accident, somebody was at home with their wife being sick. So we are, in a very slim majority, very precarious situation. But once we get full attendance and membership, I think that's a bill that you're going to see run as well. And the federal government, it should be noted, is the largest employer in the entire country, the largest organization in the entire country. And so if we can get something like E-Verify passed and mandatory for all of the contractors that interact with the federal government, that is going to be a significant expansion of protections for American workers and American wages across this country.
A couple of things on that regard, and I talk about this all the time, Congressman McKenzie, Ryan, it is that I wish, and going back to my news reporter days and, TV anchor days, is that oftentimes, and even now, if I try to track down, let's say, an arrested or even somebody who's going through the courts and is a convicted criminal, a convicted pedophile, a convicted sex offender, etc., there's no place on a police report, let's say, and I'm talking about local police, but local, regional, statewide, federal, nothing, where law enforcement has a box that they check as far as the citizen status of an individual Do you think, is that something that anybody ever discusses? And I as a conservative, I find it, it's like I struggle with this because on one hand, we don't want government to be invasive, especially if you're accused of something or arrested and not convicted. So I believe in our rights. But on the other hand, there's no place where oftentimes as a reporter, or even if I look something up, or a citizen can find out the status of even a convicted violent criminal as far as their citizenship status. Is that something that's ever discussed?
This is definitely something that is coming up more and more often just because of the significant share of our American population that is now here in the country illegally. I mean, the numbers are staggering when you think about over 10 million illegal immigrants came across the border during the Biden administration. Add that on top of those that were already here. I've seen a range of different estimates, but 20 to 30 million. You're talking, a significant share of individuals here in the country illegally. And so this is something that comes up. It's something that obviously has been discussed in the case of the census. And should there be a question on the census about legal status here in the country? I think the answer is yes. That is not only important just to see if the person is here or not, but it has implications for funding distributions from the federal government. It has significant implications on redistricting and reapportionment of representation across this country. So that's an area where it is being strongly discussed. And then to your point about law enforcement, it's funny you bring it up. I just had a conversation with one of my colleagues. He's a former police officer from Colorado. We were talking about this yesterday in how when he would book somebody, he would go into an FBI database and he would enter their information. And if somebody was from another country, there was an opportunity to actually list that because if an arrest was made and somebody was from another country, then it would get notification would go to a consular, or an embassy to have that person, their home country notified. And he said because Denver is a sanctuary municipality, he said their mayor was not allowing law enforcement to check that box off at all. And he said it really was hampering our ability to do our work. And I mean, so this is the type of thing that we need to continue to discuss. Not only should that information be utilized, but people that are trying to stop this capturing of information or recording of information are really prohibiting and inhibiting law enforcement and others from doing their jobs. So definitely something that we're going to continue to focus on here.
Yeah, it's a great points you make. I'm glad. I figured it was on your radar, but I thought I might ask it. Okay, so before Christmas, we played it as far as J.D. Vance was here, and basically, I'll say since Rich Zeoli was on this morning, and Jimmy Fallon was supposed to be on, I'll say it's like you were like Rich Zeoli's, was like the warm up act for Jimmy Fallon at Fox on Saturday, and congratulations to Jimmy Fallon, 2 years this Saturday. So you were like the Rich Zeoli warm up act for Jimmy Fallon, on a big Saturday. And you, J.D. Vance, it was this great event. Right after that, then there was that ACA vote on health care. And the headline was Ryan McKenzie, fresh off of introing, the Veep, has now voted in a different way or against Republicans on affordable health care. So take us through what's going on to revamp so-called Obamacare and why that vote is important to you, why it's important to you to sort of not punish people who signed up for health care to no fault of their own, and now a deadline came into effect.
Yeah, well, it's actually an astute observation on your point that you tied those two occasions together. And I would highlight there was a question and answer period. After I introduced Vice President Vance, we both gave our remarks. He did an interesting thing, which I have not seen a significant elected official like him ever do. He actually took questions from local media in front of the whole audience that was there, hundreds of people at that event. And he took questions from local media and allowed them to come up, ask their question publicly, and he answered them from the stage. And so one of the questions that actually came up was, Ryan McKenzie has said that he's in support of some kind of extension with reforms for ACA tax credits. What do you think of that? And his answer was, we want to see what Congress can come up with. We think they should be working on these issues, and if they have something that they can actually get through the House, votes in the Senate, and then it would get to the president, we want to see these things because we understand the importance of healthcare and healthcare affordability. So he had given us that flexibility, and the administration has been in a position saying that they don't want to rule things in or out totally. They want to see what Congress can come up with. And so where we were was that the Senate had already voted down a 3-year extension. So the idea is dead over in the Senate. Yeah. And that's an important point because then we in the House, if we want to keep that conversation alive of not only affordability in the short term, but also we have reform ideas. We passed reform ideas through the House on a Republican Party line vote that would bring down the cost of health care in the long run. Those are two things that we want to achieve: affordability in the short term and long-term reforms, free market reforms that could actually bring down the cost of health care for everybody. If we want to keep that conversation alive at all, we had to pass something through the House and get it over to the Senate. And so a number of us decided to sign on to the discharge petition, get that passed through the House over to the Senate in full recognition, and we've been very clear about this all along, that particular legislation was not going to pass in the Senate because it had already failed over there to get the 60 votes necessary. But if you want to continue this conversation, you had to pass something. That's what we did. And you've seen that Bernie Moreno, he's a congressman from Ohio, has picked up the ball. He's the lead negotiator over in the Senate, and he is trying to get 35 Republican senators out of 53 on board for a compromise. The rest would hopefully come from Democrats for a short-term extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits, either 1 or 2 years, but with income caps, anti-fraud provisions, and other reforms to those, coupling that with some long-term reforms, things like an expansion of HSA accounts so that money would go directly to the individuals. In his case, he's been talking about in year 2 making that shift so that then they can shop and actually bring more competition to the marketplace. We've also talked about what we call PBM reform, pharmacy benefit managers. They're middlemen that drive up the cost of drug prices, and significant reforms in that space could bring down the cost of healthcare for everybody. So this is kind of the package. We've outlined that in the House of a way that we could actually do a short-term extension with long-term reforms. You can't just do the reforms because you won't get the 60 votes in the Senate that you need to pass the reforms. And so if you don't couple it with a short-term extension, then you're left doing nothing. And I don't think that that's a good solution for the American people that are struggling with the high cost of health care. I don't think doing nothing is a good outcome. And so we have been trying to find a way to, in a conservative fashion, working with the Senate, and again, Bernie Moreno leading the charge over there, a close ally of the White House, seeing if we can get to some kind of compromise where we can get long-term reforms that bring down costs with a short-term extension. And if it doesn't happen, if Bernie Moreno can't get enough Republican senators on board, and obviously you need the White House's support at the end of the day to sign something, then ultimately the effort won't be successful, but it won't be for a lack of trying to bring down prices for the American people.
Yeah, and that's just it. And I know everybody's talking about, next up, and even President Trump constantly talks about why is it when a president goes Republican, the next big election, it's the other party, the Oppo party, if you will. They're the ones who come out swinging and win those elections. I would say what's different this time around, and for where you are, Congressman McKenzie, that is that you were talking about the so-called affordability issue. I mean, how long ago was it? You were on the campaign trail and you came on and we got to know you. You were really talking about affordability and going door to door in a very grassroots way, and made a lot of headlines nationally for winning your election. To me personally, and I know this is my wheelhouse, the media, but I will say what Republicans in general are, not you, but in general, are bad at is coming up with a brand. In other words, just the name of the budget reconciliation bill or the big, beautiful bill. You never want to call, I'm a woman, right? You never want to call anything big. And so bad names, call it I think you've called it the working families bill or things of that nature. But even the branding of what Republicans, what you're for, is so critical. So how do you get your message, what you're trying to do, common sense, working for how do you get your message across to your constituents in what obviously you're up against some tough headwinds moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's a great point, and communicating to people is a key part of this job. I mean, I always say it's three things. You identify problems that are out there, then you're proposing and hopefully passing solutions to those problems, but then also communicating out what you are actually looking to do or have achieved in these cases is a critical third component of this process. If people don't know what you've done or they don't understand why you're doing it, you're going to have a problem actually getting buy-in from people to get the changes that you need to make on the problems that people are seeing. So that's something that we're constantly working on. And my personal opinion in this case, I don't know that I buy into the national branding, on these efforts. I think two things. I think one, you have to localize your message in the sense of what is important in our local community may not be the same things that people are talking about nationally. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But you really need to understand those local nuances and localize your messaging and the things that you're talking about for what's important in your community. The other thing I would say is that the individual policies in that package, that big piece of legislation, whatever you want to call it, the individual components of it are very popular.
Yes.
When you talk about avoiding the biggest tax increase in history, making significant tax relief available for seniors, for tipped workers, for overtime workers, for so many other people, that is something that is very popular. When you talk about the border security that we have implemented, that is something that we ran on, we championed. We have been successful in closing and securing the border. And then to your point about, affordability, cost of living, absolutely. It's been something that I've talked about on the campaign trail. And this is where, on things like this, I feel like sometimes you have to push out, you have to take a step out in front of some of these things sometimes, because we knew border security and affordability were the two main issues from the last campaign. We have largely resolved the border security issue. Now we're working on securing and arresting violent criminals who are still in our communities. But the next issue is affordability. And that is something that we have to be forward looking on. And since we have not been able to do things that actually bring down the cost of healthcare for decades, I think it is really worthwhile when I'm in a position like this to at least make an effort. And if we aren't successful, then at least we gave it a try. But I think it is not something that you want to walk away from. People are still struggling from 4 years of Bidenflation, and we have to do our best to try to relieve some of that pain that they've been feeling and continue to feel.
And you relate to a lot of your constituents, families. You and your wife, Chloe, huge congratulations as you got a little bit of an early Christmas gift. Your baby girl, Celine Charlotte McKenzie, born, 3 days before Christmas? Are you getting any sleep?
Not a lot. And this is, it's a tough topic in our household right now because, when I come down to Washington, obviously, at this point in time, my wife is not traveling with us. And so, she has to take care of those two kids. But thankfully, when I get to be rushing home as soon as votes are over, then I get to go home and pull the all-nighters and the overnight feeds that go along with a newborn. But we're just so blessed. We love having Celine and now Leo as a great big brother, doing a great job. Aww. And it's just something, I tell you, as a new parent, probably lots of people have seen this, but one of the things that is so amazing is we tried to give him awareness that he was going to be a big brother. You tell him that a little sister is coming. You never know how it's going to play out. And then when we brought her home from the hospital, we didn't have to give him any prompting, any cue, any direction. Aww. He immediately just went up to her and gave her a big hug and a kiss as soon as we brought her home. It was really just a heartwarming thing to see, an incredible just human nature moment right there. And so he's enjoying being a big brother, which is great.
That's so beautiful. That's wonderful. Yeah, when my David was born, Michael, they're 2 years apart, Michael said, "Okay, Mommy, put the baby back in the belly." so he wasn't as generous as Leo, your son.
Yeah. No. So we're loving it. We're having a great time, and but sleep is at a premium right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, you and Dan Borowski and his wife Maisie, they can relate as well with their baby daughter. But
wait, did you? Sorry, I fell asleep for a second.
Oh, you fell asleep?
No, I'm just, not because of the interview. Because I'm freaking exhausted from this, Ryan. It's terrible. I can't get any sleep.
Yeah. So, but look, it's a window in time, as they say, right? Like, it'll pass, and everybody that I talk to looks back on the time when their kids are literal as one of the best times of their lives. So we're trying to enjoy it as much as possible also.
It's so true. We support you, Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Make sure you follow him, support him. And if you want to see the baby pictures, they're all over social media. So Ryan McKenzie, thank you so much. You're always generous with your time. Even I think one of the last times you were running and live on our air as you were luckily you're in pretty good shape. So you sounded fine, but we just appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Don. Always great.
Thanks,
Talk
Ryan.
to you soon.
Yes,
Bye.
God bless. So great guy, great family, and always has, I think, his head on straight, which I like. It's kind of refreshing, But kind of I think the battle right now for Republicans, I don't know how you feel, how Dan Borowski feels, so you can let me know. But I think a lot of this is really the messaging media game. How do you get your message out there? And as he appropriately said, you look at the so-called big, beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it, I think the name was not the branding, the launch of it. When you look at what it contains and all the benefits and even people getting back their tax refunds, it's just not, I don't know, and obviously the mainstream media is never going to say how good it is. So we just have to figure out a better naming, better brand. Maybe I don't want to suggest Greg Stocker, our brand manager, because, we don't want them stealing him away, but kind of need Greg. I'm just saying. Yeah. 855-839-1210. We have, oh my goodness, we have to talk about all things economic. Dr. Michael Busler. Let me just talk about the all-new Honda Prelude hybrid, redesigned, cutting-edge hybrid performance, head-turning style. So it's coming soon to a Piazza Honda dealer nearest you, be among the first to experience it. Or you can always discover Honda's complete hybrid lineup. That includes the popular Accord, the Civic, or the vehicle I drive, the this is my husband's vehicle, the CRV. I have the HERV. I have the HRV. Available today, financing as low as 3.49% for 60 months. So visit Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Experience the future of driving. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's on Rule
5. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call well the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VenariaDental.com, VANARIA, VenariaDental.com.
A new year is the perfect time to look around your home, especially the kitchen and bathrooms you use every day, and think about a refresh. That's where Kitchen Magic comes in. They're a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process simple from start to finish. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better and works better. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Warrington, and Thoroughfare. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,400 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, Warrington at the Hampton Inn, or in Thoroughfare at the Best Western. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
The colder air mass continues to filter into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny and windy with temperatures holding in the 30s. A cold night tonight, partly cloudy and windy. Low 23 for the city, colder in the suburbs. Not as windy on Friday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Still cold with a high 36.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Money, money, money. It's all about following the money. And we think about everything that's happening. I've been talking about the messaging, and it's so true. One of the, I'll say, Republican talking points fueled by the White House yesterday, they released one of their many news releases, was just saying, hey, and I'm paraphrasing here, obviously, and putting this together, but essentially the talking point that you saw, if you're a conservative, or you watch places like Hannity, for example, everybody was having the talking point of saying, hey, why is it that during the Biden administration, when inflation, shot up to what was 9% at one point, everything was rosy and looking better? Under the Trump administration now at 2.7%, and greater gas prices, etc., you see more of a doom and gloom and negative sort of headlines. And so how does that happen? So it's one of the talking. I always want to point out what's going on with the media bias, if you will, or the media, depending on which media you watch, what you believe, because it's a different world depending on who you trust or who you consume in the media. And the messaging does matter. But you know what else matters? A great education. And we've got our own professor, our guy, to break down what's going on truly when it comes to all things economic and the money. And that brings us to the great Michael Busler, Dr. Michael Busler. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Dawn. Thanks for having me.
Stockton University as well, and obviously nationally published. Many people rely on you for information and your breakdown, so we always appreciate your time. But take us through what you see as far as the economy. There's this battle now that I think the latest, as far as the crackdown, if you will, on Jay Powell, on the Fed chair. The latest headline I saw was Judge Jeanine Pirro backing down a little bit. So, but just your take on what you see in the headlines and the reality of what you see happening.
Okay, so let's start off with the most recent economic news. The inflation rate is running on an annualized basis at 2.7% in December, which was the same number that we got in November. So the inflation rate has not gone down as much as we'd like. What's holding it up is some food prices. Now, some prices like eggs and some things have come down, but things like beef and coffee are still seeing a relatively large inflation rate. With the beef, there's actually a shortage of beef, which drives prices up. And why is that? Two reasons. One, we import some beef from Mexico, and last summer they had this screwworm virus that infected a lot of their cattle, and the U.S. said we can't take any of this cattle until that's resolved. So that cut down some of the supply. Then President Trump put tariffs on Brazil, and Brazil. We import from Brazil some beef and some coffee, particularly coffee, and that drove those prices up. Now, he's since reversed that, trying to increase the supply. So those things and a couple other food items are going to be a little sticky to see prices going down. But everywhere else, prices are going down. Prices aren't going down. The inflation rate is going down. And I believe, as I've said on the show before, I believe that we'll hit a 2% annual inflation rate by the end of the year. I'm also very optimistic about economic growth this year. Mm-hmm. We saw, we don't have the fourth quarter number yet, but we saw in the third quarter, GDP grew at a 4.3% rate. According to an estimate from the Atlanta Federal Reserve, they think the fourth quarter was up to perhaps as much as a 5% rate. Now, other economists are not that optimistic, but nonetheless, we're having fairly good growth. I think going into this year, economic growth is likely to hit 5% for this year, and other economists agree with me for a number of reasons. One, that big, beautiful bill that was passed in July, those extra tax cuts go into effect when it went into effect on January 1st. That should give consumers more money to spend. More importantly, I think business investment will start to skyrocket. And why is that? If business invests in a piece of equipment or buys a building, the IRS says to recover your capital, get back that capital investment, you have to depreciate it over a certain number of years. A building, for instance, is 25 years. Things like cars are 5 years. I think computer systems are 3 years. So it takes a number of years to get the capital back so you can reinvest it. This year, and for 1 year only so far, you can recover 100% of the investment in this year. So if you buy a building for $1 million, you can take $1 million deduction this year from your taxes and recover that million. That, I think, will lead to a huge increase in business investment. And when business is investing more in plants and equipment and that sort of thing, that helps the economy grow. It typically creates jobs. It won't create quite as many jobs as it has in the past because artificial intelligence and all this automation is coming in. But still, it will be very positive. I expect very strong growth this year, faster than anything we've seen in a large number of years. Now, the second point you mentioned was Jerome Powell. I usually agree with President Trump on just about everything he does, but I'm a little nervous about this. Jerome Powell and Trump have been butting heads really for the entire last year, mostly because the Federal Reserve was very slow to react to the economy and cut interest rates. Now, some of it was they didn't have accurate data on employment figures because they had that big problem. But still, he should have started cutting interest rates probably last March. He waited until September, and Trump's position is that the interest rates have not been cut enough, and they're butting heads. And that has happened with past administrations, too, not quite as aggressively as President Trump is pursuing it. And now he says, look, as chair of the Federal Reserve, we're renovating the entire building that you have there. You told us it would cost, I forget the exact numbers, but something like you told us it would cost about $2.5 billion, and it's now well over $3 billion. And you testified in Congress that this is going well and it's on budget. So President Trump is taking a very aggressive position against Powell. Most of the other, maybe all the other previous Fed chairs don't think this is a very good idea, and a lot of Republicans don't think this is a good idea either. And frankly, I'm not sure it's such a good idea also. Powell's term expires in May. Historically, the president appoints a new Fed chair if they're not going to reappoint the current one, which he isn't going to. They appoint a new one in February to take office, his position in May. So I think there's as much negative outcome with going against Powell as there is positive, and I would sort of back off on that one.
Yeah, and that I saw that as the latest headline. Well, there was that Axios headline that I think hit late Sunday or Monday, where allegedly Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was worried that maybe this could create a mess and could affect the markets. And then Bessent's office came out and said, "Oh, there's no daylight between Trump and the Treasury Secretary, and this leaked story is not true." But then I did see today, like I say, that we call her Judge Janine, but Janine Pirro, that they were kind of backing away from this. So it sounds like you're walks really in line with what they're saying. I'm just always looking at headlines as far as one of the headlines, and this is I'm just looking at Maria Bartiromo just within the past 2 hours. She put out there, markets are bracing for a volatile but positive year, and she's quoting some investors. Just what do you see moving forward as far as, and I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Michael Busler, but it was maybe November, December, and you had said, you had talked about growth and positivity, but that we may have a volatility or a rough patch, I think you called it. What do you see, in your forecast, if you will, short-term, long-term?
So I think the overall trend, as I said, in the economy is very strong. If the economy is growing that much, business profitability will increase. And when business profitability increases, that drives up the price of the stock. So I think for this year, you'll see positive growth in the stock market. I think last year, on average, or at least measured by the S&P 500, the stock market increased about 19% in value, which is a very strong year. I think we could get something along those lines this year. Now, in terms of volatility, it just doesn't start in January and continues up all the way till December. The stock market fluctuates. So the overall trend is up, but certain things, even world events, we're having some problems in Iran right now. We don't know what's going to happen. The oil could be cut off. In the short term, in the last week or two, that's driven up oil prices. And when oil prices go up, that has a negative impact on the economy. So you could see some stock prices that we have seen in the last week, some stock prices going down. So it will fluctuate, but the overall trend in the market, I think, is still positive. Some people ask me my advice on what they should do with the market. I'm always very hesitant to give it. But I tell people I would switch to a little more equity-heavy position rather than out of some bonds, because I think equities are going to continue to grow this year just as they did last year. And again, I want to emphasize it's not a straight run. You get some big ups and some downs in there. But I think the overall trend is very positive for the stock market.
And, the debates over things such as something that President Trump had campaigned on, last summer was, hey, let's have a 10% or some kind of a cap on credit card, the interest rates for credit cards, or, let's reel in these biggity big companies, as I say biggity big, but like BlackRock, in other words, a BlackRock type company that buys up real estate and denies homeowners the American dream of owning a home. What do you see with those types or that type of rhetoric that when Trump teased that up?
Okay, so in principle, look, Trump's trying to help consumers who have credit cards to try to keep the interest payments down. I don't favor the 10% cap on interest rates. Why? Anybody that is at least a little bit risky won't be able to get any new credit. Just because if 10% is all they can charge, they're only going to grant additional credit to their best customers where they're very reasonably certain that they're going to get repaid. When they give credit cards to other people who have some not perfect credit history, they're taking a little more risk. And to compensate for that risk, they charge higher interest rates. Now, I agree with Trump, 25, 28, 30% interest is a ridiculous number, but that's what the market is doing, and people are willing to take that on, usually because they don't have a lot of other opportunities to get credit. So I don't like the idea of capping interest rates.
Yeah,
what was the second thing you asked me about?
Well, no, that's the big one, I think. And he had put out that statement, please be informed on True Social. He wrote that we will no longer let the American public be ripped off by credit card companies charging interest rates of 20 to 30% and even more. And he goes on about it. But in that one, I have to wonder if in many ways, is this his rhetoric that he hopes that just by It's like the old, what was it, E.F. Hutton? My dad always talks about if E.F. Is it E.F. Hutton? Forgive me, I'm quoting my dad quoting a commercial, but it's like a commercial where if this person, if this authority speaks financially, everybody listens. So does Trump have that impact where he hopes to just make a rhetoric statement that pushes credit card companies to do better?
So politicians have a technique. Economists refer to it as jawboning. And jawboning means they used to use this a lot with the Federal Reserve, just simply coming out and saying, look, the interest rates are too high. You really should do something about it. And they try to put pressure on it just simply by putting out that kind of rhetoric. I think that's what President Trump has in mind now. I really don't think maybe he does, but I really don't think he supports a 10% cap. It just fouls up the market. Whenever you put a cap on any kind of a price, and an interest rate is a price paid for the use of money. So whenever you put a cap on something, it always fouls up the market. But by applying pressure through what he says, he has the bully pulpit, and when he talks, everybody listens. So by putting on by putting on some pressure from that jawboning or using the bully pulpit, I think it may help to try to keep interest rates down. Look, if interest rates are so high, you say to yourself, why would somebody take a credit card at 25% interest?
Mm-hmm.
The answer is they don't have any other choice because, with all due respect to everybody, their credit is not as clean as it should be. And when a credit card company sees that, hey, you've got some defaults on things, some bills you didn't pay. So when they see that, they say, well, I'll give a credit card, but I'm taking a lot of risk here because it looks like there's at least some chance you aren't going to pay me back. So to compensate for taking that extra risk, I'm going to charge a higher interest rate. And if you're willing to pay the high interest rate that'll compensate me for the risk, then I'll grant you the credit card. So the real way to get those rates down is for people to make sure their credit history is good. When you borrow money from somebody, you sign a paper that says you're going to pay it back.
Yes.
Well, as long as you pay it back, everything's fine. But if you borrow money or incur a bill somehow and don't pay it, then anybody else lending money to you will start to question whether this is a good deal for them.
Dr. Michael Busler, thank you so much. Until next time, my friend.
All right, Dawn. Take care.
Thank you. Absolutely. Stockton University, Dr. Michael Busler. We always appreciate his wise words on money, money, money. Yeah, Trump put that out there, and he said that by January 20th, which is his 1 year, he says, I'm calling for a 1 year cap on credit card interest rates of 10%. Coincidentally, he writes on Truth Social, the January 20th date coincides with the 1 year anniversary of the historic and very successful Trump administration. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. President Donald J. Trump. Like, we don't know who it is, right? But he's calling on this. You know what I mean? There are obviously no teeth to it. He's calling for this. I know that at least one Republican proposed some legislation on it, but I think he's just trying to make the pressure happen. That's what's going on there. Look, I am so excited for this coming spring. Oh my goodness, won't you come away with me? If you're thinking about it, if you're thinking about meeting me and a group of like-minded patriots, a lot of friends. That's what we have our friend group now. And I just look so forward to Portugal, Spain conservative tours next spring. Oh, the excitement is building. Can't wait. Portugal, Spain next spring. How does that sound? A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. One of the great things about conservative tours. So now we've gone a few times together, right? We love it. We know it. So that's why this is almost full. And so you want to make sure that you call now or that you go to conservativetours.com and make sure that you reserve your space with Ken Chase and our friends at Conservative Tours. Fine dining, great wine, seaside villages that, I'm not even exaggerating, will take your breath away. What am I talking about? 5738. Yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley. 4-star hotel properties. Dining events to rival the very best in Europe. Portugal, they say this is Europe's best kept secret. And so we want to make sure that we experience this together before the secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort, 10 days next spring. Step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain. Fly home from Porto. Join me, won't you, for the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty of this secret land. Call toll free. Call now, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. I'll see you, Cafe Majestic in Porto, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
There is never a dull moment. There's so much breaking and developing locally, nationally, and a big interview coming up on the Dom Show. Dom Giordano in the house. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn, thank you. Yes, Danny Seisler. Of course, I know the dad, and I think you do too,
Yes.
but he's a new sheriff in Bucks County. And anytime somebody comes on that differs, that's even better. They're going to treat it even better. But we have severe differences with him calling what happened in Minnesota due to overzealous law enforcement.
Great interview amongst others coming up on the Dom Giordano Show.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We do the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Joining us this morning, Army veteran and TMF veteran mentor, Steve Mappett. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, my pleasure, Nick. My dad was enlisted in the Navy, so he talked a lot about service, military. I get seasick, so the Navy was out. Don't have great eyes, so the Air Force was not a great option either.
Process of elimination.
Process of elimination. I was an Army guy.
Steve Mappett.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time, America. All right, thanks to Henry. Danny Seisler, the new sheriff of Bucks County, is coming on today at 2 o'clock. I have a lot of questions based upon policy, the stuff that he said. You'll hear him, you'll hear me. It's not a cage match or anything. It's the type of thing, though, where we differ, and Bucks County, all roads lead through Bucks County, including, is Bucks County a sanctuary county? He's going to say no. I'm going to say yes. And I'll explain why. And we'll get his overall philosophy on illegal immigration, not just 287G and Fred Herron versus him on that. He rescinded that yesterday, even though I think, in my mind, it was a pretty minor thing. So we saw overnight consensus on this. ICE attacked again. They were going after an illegal alien, targeted. They get attacked. He's in his car. He crashes. He gets out. An ICE agent was able to get him to the ground. And then allegedly 2 men come out. And Henry let me know instantly, I have not seen why they intervened. One hits him with a shovel. He then shoots in the leg, and I don't think he was aiming for the leg. I think that's all that he hit, the illegal alien. President Trump says, I may have to invoke the Insurrection Act. So people are asking, why would you still be in Minnesota and putting all these people in there? There are places with worse, and I'll tell you why. And maybe this is why I wouldn't be a good advisor, because I look at these showdowns here, and if I'm sitting there in the Oval Office, I'm saying, we're not going to let this clown city and governor and mayor dictate to us enforcement of the law. In other words, if they think they can rouse people up and we're going to continue to see this play out, they got another thing coming. We're going to send in more. Now, Paul Morrow made this point, and I did too. The more that ICE sends in, though, what they have to do, and I'm not sure they're doing it, so this is a criticism. Some of them have to have vans there, mobile prisons, call it what you will, and they have to arrest the people that are interfering, like we saw prior to the shooting last Wednesday. Arrest them, Paul Morrow says, and he's right, and then put them through the full federal system. If you're afraid you're going to go to jail for 5 years or you're going to be staying in jail till you get a trial or whatever it is, put them through the full federal system, then fewer and fewer people are going to do this. So it's not just about arresting people. It's not just, I'm looking on Fox, the visual of the truck. They got one of the cars or vehicles used by ICE. Somehow or another were able to pull in some file thing they had, and they're doxing all kinds of agents, and they're spewing papers and files all over the streets of Minneapolis. This is what we're up to. So what has to happen, some of the forces they send there should either block off the street to stop some from getting in and or arrest those that are interfering with ICE as ICE goes about their operation. If you do that and actually follow through, not just half-heartedly. Paul Morrow from Fox, and I take his point and I agree with it. What's going to happen is you're going to see this calm down a bit. And if it doesn't, then we're going to send more in. We're going to send in whatever we have to do to say, you're not going to drive us out. That's what the bottom line is here. It's a test of wills. And in too many instances, people have backed away from this. All right, well, that's all going on. We have moronic Sheriff Rochelle Bilal. We'll play you some of her. Part 2 at a church with a minister who then will get up there and spew about holiness and civility and all that. And Larry Krasner there, too, taking us through what they're going to do to ICE if they come to Philadelphia. Now, maybe I take the bait too easily. You know where I'm going. I'd be sending them right down Broad Street at this moment. Let's see what you're going to do here. Let's see what Krasner's going to do. Let's see what this goofy sheriff's going to do. By the way, Henry, it's a little bit dated, but Snopes used to be the big thing until we found out who's behind it. But it's still a big deal. If Snopes takes the time, Snopes.com on their website, to rule whatever is attributed to you is true or false, it's still a big deal. Rochelle Bilal made Snopes, and they say it's accurate that she called them wannabes and all that. Now, you know why she made Snopes? Because so many people are probably saying, nah, she's the sheriff there. She didn't say the smoke and the wannabes and all this. Really? I looked at her background a little bit. Seems to be a bit checkered. She went to Kensington High School, and in one study says that she graduated from Dobbins. I wonder if they're going to have a festival for her for their fine instruction in English and syntax. So here is a little bit of Krasner reminding us again, this is cut 11 of what he's going to do to ICE agents. Cut 11.
What the law says is very clear. Very clear. Very clear. Can you hear me, J.D. Vance? What the law says is that federal officers can't murder you. And if they do, they can be arrested and prosecuted and convicted, and they cannot be pardoned by the President of the United States. That is what the law says. That means in any city, any law enforcement authority that has probable cause and has the right to do the arrest can make that arrest.
Let's see this. And what do you think, buddy, ICE is going to be doing? So the Philadelphia cops, for this cop hater, are going to put it on the line for Larry Krasner to get into it with federal agents. Yeah, I don't think Chief Bilal, Bethel is saying, yeah, that's what we're going to do, boys. For Larry Krasner and Rochelle Bilal, we're going to get involved in an international or national incident here. All right, this is 12C. Here is Rochelle Bilal talking the second time around about that she meant what she said about the smoke.
I say law enforcement professionals that are trained do not act like this. They do not. And so for those who are ignorant. Because when you don't believe the facts and you can't come back with facts, you come back with insults. My mother said, sticks and stones will break your bones, but names will never hurt you. Bring it. When I say you don't want this smoke, the smoke is on both sides. The sheriff's office is obligated because we believe in the Constitution of the United States. We follow the law. And smoke means you will get arrested, you will get prosecuted, you will go to jail. So when I say you don't want this smoke, it's you don't want those problems. And so when I say it to those that come in this city, and if they commit a crime, because, conveniently, all of them are leaving out the word crime. When you do a crime in this city and the DA charges you, you will be arrested and you will go to jail.
I wonder how often that happens, Rochelle. Endless, huh? All right, who is America's most hated mom on Substack gone wild? Gestapo. She comes back from the woodwork. Henry, when you hear the name, I think you'll remember it vaguely. It's a little bit, it must be 10 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago, maybe. Let's go to Drew in Mount Laurel. Drew, who's America's most hated mom?
It's got to be Casey Anthony.
Oh, my God. That is brilliant stuff. Did you see that somewhere?
No, I just that name always sticks in my head because of what she did or was accused of doing it. Yeah, I've always had she's out there as far as people that need some justice.
Yeah, and again, young mother gets away with it. The whole spectacle of the trial, Drew. That is brilliant stuff. Can I borrow your crystal ball? I thought I would have like 50 guesses. You're exactly right, though. That is America's most hated mom. Thank you, Drew. Casey Anthony. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. All right, there you go. It's
Good
pretty notorious,
Lord.
huh?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's Charles Manson-esque. It's the next rung, but it's pretty
as
good.
evil as you can get.
Yeah, exactly. So Casey Anthony, though, arises by giving, hey, why don't you just go away? Let's pretend you're not there after what you did. And she rises and comes up on Substack here, swinging long posts about ICE. All right, let me give you the side question today. And I'm really excited with this one because, A, I love this guy and what he did, and B, how the system called into question the great Sully. On this day, and it's 1/15/09 by my record, so that's, 17 years ago. Seems to me like it was yesterday.
Jeez.
I'm seeing Katie Couric in her slippers, it looked like, down on the Hudson River, racing down there to get the story. She was doing the evening news then. Sully landed on the Hudson. Now, he needed a compliant co-pilot. A lot of guys go, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm steering this toward the airline. You steer your side toward the Hudson. Hey, Henry, needs you hear him on the thing. We're going to land on the river. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, it might have been frigid. I don't know if that would have helped. Not icy, but a little bit frigid. Maybe it helped coat it a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe
know.
slightly.
Yeah, slightly. So we are looking for the all-time gamble, particularly if the gamble is successful. I don't want to limit it to just successful ones. I think I have what would be a winning answer here. I have two of them, but I'm only going to take one. You and I talked about it, the American Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
I have another one, though. Stallone, when he wrote Rocky, they bought it.
Betting on yourself, yeah.
And he said, nope, I got to play Rocky. Who's this guy with a name like Sylvester, And he held his ground, and he wrote it in 48 hours, I think. They went with him, and the rest is history. One of the greatest action stars, and Rocky, one of the greatest, probably the greatest in some ways, series, franchise, is out there. Bet on himself.
Yeah, you don't get, 6 movies and another 3 spinoffs if It's not a good movie.
Then you start the Creed spinoffs, then you start the Rambo spinoffs. He's the master of the spinoff.
Rambo, what a movie.
Yeah.
I can't believe he thought that would stink.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
he was ashamed of it. Yeah.
How about yours?
Yeah, so I got two. I got two from the business world. And the one I love the most is always FedEx CEO Fred Smith. They were down. What were they down to? They're down to the last $5,000. They needed, I think, $27,000 to keep the company afloat. So what did he do? He went to Vegas, gambled it all on blackjack, came home with $32,000, was able to keep FedEx afloat for another week until business investors poured more millions into the company, and it was able to keep going and is still obviously in running still today. Another one I'm going to take off is another gamble. How about investing $321 million in a DVD company? That doesn't in 2012. That doesn't seem like a good idea looking back on it. But it ended up being a very smart idea because that DVD company, Netflix, decided, you know what, we're going to go to streaming platforms now. We're going to be all digital now. And that $321 million that Carl Icahn invested in Netflix grew to nearly $2 billion as Netflix exploded and became the top streaming service that we all know today.
Something about them still shaky to me, their choices, etc. I just think they're going to come to a bad end.
I feel like they
know?
peaked when they were the first ones to start being like, let's have our own original content as well. And then they started just putting out too much crap.
Oh, yeah. You know how hard it is? I mean, Hallmark's the only one, and they faded, too, putting out their that's hard.
Oh, yeah.
How about you, Sean? Gamble that paid off or just a big gamble?
EMI signing the Beatles in 62, I think, or 63. Because they had auditioned for Decca, and they'd used their Decca audition tape to audition for Pi Records, who'd go on to sign the Kinks, Columbia, who'd go on to sign Pink Floyd, and so on. But EMI, they were like, yeah, these boys seem okay. And they were more than okay.
Well, they couldn't get the Stones, really, and that's why they did it.
Oh,
All right, hit us with that. So this is a good one. All-time gamble, particularly if it's successful. And let's just take a moment for a guy like Sully. It's not just the skill. It's the boldness of it, maybe even the craziness of it. He could have kidded himself and said, yeah, maybe we'll make it to the airport, even though every sign was telling him you're not going to make it to the airport. Face it. All right, put her down in the Hudson. And, Henry, it's not just like he landed on the Schuylkill. He lands in the Hudson.
In the Hudson, yeah.
Oh, my God, yes. And those ships coming toward him, they look like they sped up beyond belief.
Yeah, like, what is that?
Yeah,
is that,
exactly.
I didn't see that 5 minutes ago.
Well, you know, he had to go through a trial. They were saying, this guy's nuts.
Yeah, it's like
He's
the whole
not a
movie.
hero.
Yeah,
the whole movie.
You could have made it, and he's like, you're not accounting human error.
Yeah, exactly.
Put human error in it.
Yeah, exactly. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. 2 o'clock today, Danny Seisler, the new sheriff out in Bucks County, joins us. Keep on hitting me on Twitter at DomShow1210, or you can email me. Several of you are with questions. And we differ based upon his vision of things as I see it. It's not just about 287G. It's about the proposition, is Bucks County a sanctuary county? They don't call themselves that. But when you say, if you get here, you stay here, if you don't commit really serious crimes, isn't that a sanctuary county? Is that what America's saying? Hey, if you make it here, you stay. That's what they want. I don't think the election was about it. It was about massive deportation, not just criminals. We can go back and you can see that. All right, all-time gamble. Get in early here. And I love that FedEx one. Henry uses that as much as I use.
Oh, yeah.
You run once, you get one set of chances. I mean, constantly I hear him. Did I ever tell you what FedEx did?
I almost watched that movie last night. It was very close. I went with the conversation instead.
Okay. 855-839-1210.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is life insurance on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $500,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. A couple things. As predicted, remember we predicted this. Andy No, he does great stuff on the ground in St. Paul. You have maybe 1,000 or more at least students protesting for their brethren there, for people there illegally. And they're doing it during the school day because they're learning on remote. These teachers' unions dig in deeper every day. They're the ones that pushed and said, until February 12th, I'm not sure the significance of February 12th, you can do remote learning. Remember that success? So instead of that, of course, they're out there by the thousands protesting, filling up the ranks of what's going on in Minnesota. And they're asking for it. They're asking for the insurrection action, what's going on in that city. The police are doing next to nothing to have it stand down. I hope that ICE is deploying enough people there, not just to do whatever the mission is, but to lock people up, put them through the federal system. If they're not, then shame on them. That's exactly what you have to do in this. That's the way to break the back of this. Otherwise, you're going to send in the U.S. military, which is going to be an inflection point if that happens. All right, so 855-839-1210. Here's the headline in the New York Times based upon the story I told you that Homeland Security reporting that you had another ICE agent wounded, attacked by a guy that hit him with a shovel and a broom handle, two of them, after he tackled the guy that was here illegally. And he ended up shooting one. Federal agent shoots immigrant in Minneapolis, Homeland Security said. That's their headline. Boy, not exactly a ringing fairness of what happened here as far as we can tell. And I'm still amazed. Casey Anthony, America's most hated mom, comes through big time. All right, we got a great side question. We got one of our buddies over in Jersey coming up. They've been really busy fending off Democrat spending and codifying that Jersey is a sanctuary state by law. The sheriff, who'll be with us at 2, and by the way, YouTube alert, if you haven't subscribed, come on. We're going to be doing more on YouTube, particularly a big guest like this on this. We want to be able to see each other. Go to youtube.com/1210WPHT. Do that right now. You have 2 o'clock today. We'll have that. And Henry, I've never seen so many people. Well, look, I got a doctor's appointment then. Can I still see it? Oh, well, Doc, hold that up there. I'm right in the middle of your examination.
Doc, start streaming it.
Yeah. Doc, put it up in your office.
Yeah, in the waiting room. I mean, it's better than watching, The View or one of these talk shows?
Well, and one asked, will that be on the podcast later? I said, well, if it's not, what the hell do you think we're doing here?
It's going to be on the podcast.
Yeah, we're going to have the
on
Hollywood
every
stars
social media platform.
Yeah,
it'll
exactly.
Be out there. Don't worry.
Exactly, yeah. I even brought in a suit jacket for this. Because it's a Zoom interview, yes. So here is one other thing about all this, so what's going on there. Riley Gaines, and I'll play it for you later, a little low on time here, revealed yesterday that she wraps her 3-month-old daughter in a bulletproof blanket due to threats. You can imagine the threats that she's getting. Now, have we really reached a point? I don't even know what a bulletproof blanket would be like. Can you imagine?
That's what I thought when it's got to be heavy.
Is it Kevlar? Yeah.
It has to be.
I'm thinking about that. Remember when Scott Jennings was here? And I went, whoa. Scott, slow down here. It was at the theater. He told us that Stephen Miller and his wife, 3 kids, I think a 4th is on the way. They catching up with Elon Musk? Nobody's catching up with that guy. They live on a military base because of security, because of protection. So is that an overreaction? Is Riley Gaines an overreaction? Or living this life, is this how bad it is that when she takes the infant, a 3-month-old with her anywhere, they have this fear. So as a result, they have a bulletproof blanket. I don't know how much it costs, how heavy they are, where you get them. That's a pretty severe step. Imagine a kid growing up, back in the day, I had a bulletproof blanket.
That does sound like something from a long time ago. It's like, we'd have lead bulletproof blankets.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, we had to do that. Yeah, we had to walk to school both ways, 10 miles.
Uphill in the snow.
Uphill in the snow, 10 ways. Yeah, uphill both ways. Yeah, and I had a bulletproof jacket on. Yeah, or blanket. But the military base is apparently true. All right, does this guy every day read our minds? Let's take a couple on the big gamble here. I had this on my short list that I think this could have been the winning answer. American Revolution is 1. That might be a bigger answer. But this I had in second place. Let's go to Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, good Thursday.
How you doing, Dom? How's everything?
Good, Lance.
And I'm going to take the D-Day invasion.
All right, why do you say that?
Because remember, Eisenhower was the Allied Supreme Commander, and it was horrible weather. And when the weather broke, he decided to go for it. If it failed, there was no backup plan.
That's right. And he said if it fails, what would happen? And he said, I don't know. It'd be bad.
And everything was committed because they could have hit the wrong beach. You're talking about thousands of troops, ships, aircraft, personnel.
Yep.
And they say he carried a resignation letter in his pocket just in case if it did fail.
Yeah.
So that's my answer.
That
the D-Day invasion.
That is a great one. That might be fairly hard to beat. By the way, let's just give credit to the guy who didn't even invade that day that I know. But the Germans were so afraid they kept what could be the divisions at Calais and not sent them to Normandy. No. Patton's coming there. And if you've seen the pictures of it, was their intelligence that bad? These were like little airplanes made out of some kind of cloth material.
Yeah.
And they went, oh, boy, that's the invasion. Oh, come on. It was a good try, but what the heck? Can you just imagine Patton, though? Even seasoned generals, the Germans saying, oh, man, it's got to be Patton, right? You'll be facing, you have the honor of facing Patton tomorrow. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, yeah. It's like facing, you got LeBron on the schedule.
Yeah,
you got
exactly.
Wembanyama.
Yeah.
That's like,
exactly.
Man.
Yeah. Henry Michel. Oh, not that guy again. Oh, I haven't seen him in 10 years. All right, I'm retiring. All right, Mike Ingemorf.
Inganamort.
I left off a syllable. There's like 18 syllables. Inganamorf. Mort. Yeah, but it does phonetically go Ganamort. From South Jersey, from Jersey, Sussex County area, I think, will be with us because we had a heck of an event these last days of the legislature in Jersey. They did declare it a sanctuary state. I want to ask him because the sheriff's coming on it too, and he says Bucks County is not a sanctuary county. I maintain it is, even though it's not. It's like sanctuary county light, whereas Jersey is the heavy duty. Jersey is like, 1 million proof alcohol. You come here, you can't even say illegal. He's next, and your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve visiting from out west wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
Valentine's Day may feel a little ways off, but more people than ever are planning ahead because they want this year to really count. If you're thinking about doing something truly special, now is the time to visit Paul at Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square. Paul takes the time to understand what you're looking for and helps you create a piece that's meaningful, personal, and unforgettable. This Valentine's Day, step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Start early, plan it right, and make it a moment they'll never forget. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Buy low, sell high. It's always been the golden rule of investing. But retirement isn't about timing the market. It's about making sure that 100% of your money works 100% for you. And that's why smart retirees are choosing the exclusive crash-proof retirement system to grow and protect their nest eggs.
Paul Wirtz. I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2024. I've averaged about 12.5% over the last 2 years. The market may be high now, but it will go down at some point. And that's where the peace of mind comes in because my retirement is secured.
Kathleen Rauke, Langhorne, PA. With the Crash Proof Retirement System, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano. By the way, the latest angle we'll develop today. What's the latest left talking point? Oh, the cops across America, the real professionals, they're mocking ICE. They're saying, ICE, these guys are not like us cops. These guys are substandard. These guys are going to get people killed. That's the line they're putting out there across the board. So now we're on the cop side because the cops allegedly are saying that. We don't believe the cops are saying that, by the way, about ICE. But this is the latest angle of attack, and we've reached insurrection. Well, in Jersey, they've gone. They're beyond insurrection. I'm just looking on Fox right now. They're talking about these anti-ICE bills that would the New Jersey legislature just passed legislation banning ICE from stopping illegal aliens based on their immigration status, bars them from jails, and limits data sharing. Also, they passed, just in the last couple of days, our buddy Dawn Fantasia, $4 million from Trenton to Patterson, New Jersey, to improve the lighting in the ballpark's inner concourse and install digitized scoreboard lighting to achieve a stadium sparkle effect. $4 million from the taxpayers in Jersey for that. All right. Mike Ingemort is joining us, the assemblyman from District Inganamorph. Sorry about that, Henry. You got it. Inganamorph is with us from District 24. I think that's near Sussex, too. He joins us again here in Philadelphia. Mike, thanks for joining us today. When will we see the sparkle effect in Patterson if we want to go?
Thanks a lot, Dom, for having me on. I don't know when the heck we're going to see that, but I could tell you it's not worth $4 million, nor the other $128 million that was packaged up in the same bill on just a whole smorgasbord of spending items throughout the state of New Jersey. It was a rough day, and I know we're going to get into it.
Yeah, and the other part, too, was they finished all the business of actually codifying that it is a sanctuary state. So what's the significance of that?
This is incredibly significant, Dom. I heard you in your previous segment. You were talking about, is it sanctuary state? Is it sanctuary light? Is it some other variation? That's all semantics. The bottom line is this series of bills, these 3 bills that passed out of the legislature, and we expect Governor Murphy to sign them in his final days, specifically prohibit information sharing between law enforcement agencies. That, above all else, no matter what you call it, no matter how you describe it, that is bad for New Jersey. That is dangerous for our communities. And law enforcement should be sharing more information between and among agencies, not less.
Mike, you would know best, but it seems to me 2 driving forces here. I mean, it's always with these people at the end, but they're feeling themselves, smelling themselves. They think they won based upon something other than Trump hatred. And 2, they're tidying up everything so that Mikey Sherrill, who agrees with all this stuff, doesn't have to put her fingerprints on it, I guess, when she takes office.
That's right. All the dirty work came out in the last day possible. The last day of the New Jersey legislative session was this past Monday. We had about 150 bills from bad to worse. We talked about the $4 million for a stadium, $300 million for the Prudential Center, 3 different sanctuary state bills. The list goes on and on and on. It was the worst of the worst. A lot of it came in hot at the last minute, mind you. So we in the frankly diminished Republican caucus didn't have as much time to weigh in on these things, but we put up a fight because that's what we do. You know, my friend and running mate Dawn Fantasia, myself, many members of the caucus, we got up time and time again and pointed out how this legislation, these number of bills, are hurting New Jersey taxpayers. They're slamming small businesses in New Jersey, and these sanctuary state bills are going to make our communities more dangerous.
What else happened, Mike? Those are the two line items. Why don't you give you a chance, though? Give us a flavor. Or is it, as I said, the Democrats are particularly feeling they can do anything again? They're released from any boundaries here.
They really are, and the proof is in the type of bills they put up on Monday. I mean, just no sense of shame whatsoever. And as we Republicans pointed out all the flaws in these these bills, they just didn't flinch. And everyone on the Democratic side just stayed locked in, and they voted down the line on every single thing. I mentioned the $300 million for the Prudential Center up north in Newark. That allows millionaires to play a sport, and they're getting paid by billionaires, so that regular New Jerseyans like me, we can go and pay $100 for a ticket and $16 for a beer. Jay Weber, Assemblyman Jay Weber, he dissected this masterfully. He did a really good job. And really the only retort from the Democratic majority was sort of this emotional appeal about how Newark is just nicer today than it was before. Hey, in some ways that's true and that's wonderful, but it doesn't answer the question why billionaires who own the New Jersey Devils can't make these improvements over the next 11 years that they're leasing this space instead of the New Jersey taxpayers who, by the way, are paying more in taxes than anyone in the United States of America.
And it's Josh Harris, right? That's who we're talking about.
Yeah, the entire Devils ownership group.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
well,
they got
right.
the bucks. They can do it themselves.
My point is, though, an unsympathetic figure, I'm making your case here, and I don't think the Devils and ice hockey, if it were in Philadelphia and the Eagles wanted to do it, Mike, I would say you're a goner, the Republican caucus, because of how people feel. But Josh Harris, who is the epitome of the absentee owners, he's a hedge fund guy, and it's the New Jersey Devils, hardly something. Is it that you just think people don't pay attention to it, and we're on to affordability, and we're still going to be having that debate, and we just can't break through that this is what causes it?
That's right. I mean, you know, to extend like the sports analogy here, what the Democratic majority did was flood the zone. Mm-hmm. And we were just overwhelmed with bad bills. We spoke up, as I just said, on nearly all of them. But at the end of the day, they have the votes. And what's especially disturbing, frankly, and grim about all of this is that the Democratic majority has since grown. They're more emboldened than, frankly, they ever have been. Now, listen, we got to play the long game here. It's going to be a long winter in the state of New Jersey between Governor Sherrill and an emboldened, veto-proof Democratic majority in the state assembly. They're going to do all sorts of, you know, very far left things to drag New Jersey even further to the left, make us look even more like California, Vermont, Massachusetts, you name it. The comeback's going to come. It might be a while, and it starts by having, you know, a really motivated Republican caucus in the legislature, Republican local officials, and folks at the grassroots level who are more important than any of us, staying on top of these issues, listening to your show so they know what's going on in Trenton, and speaking out when they see bad bills coming across the desk.
I like that, how you played that there at the end. Very nice. Let's make that a resolution. Where do we find you, Mike? Where do we find you on Twitter to see what you're up to?
I appreciate it, Dom. Mike in Ganamort, and we're going to keep saying it till you get it right, INGANAMORT. So Mike in Ganamort on Twitter, on Instagram, Assemblyman Mike in Ganamort on Facebook. Come give me a follow. We're going to keep spreading the truth.
Thank you, That's what I'll call you. Mike I. Okay, thank you, Mike. Take care.
Appreciate it, Dom.
In Ganamort. Okay, got it.
There you go.
All right. What an addition. He and Dawn Fantasia. All right, that's where we are in Jersey. All right, you got to hit us with that all-time gamble as soon as you can, 855-839-1210. If you have an area you want me, you can call in with it. I'm ready. I showed Henry. I'll show you on YouTube. There you go. There's my you couldn't read this in fiber captured. Even my printing is unreadable, so it doesn't matter. If you can decipher that. I winnowed it down from 25 questions to the big 6. Which I think I'll have time for.
But I also will allow the sheriff to say, hey, here's what I see in the department, aside from illegal immigration, that I'm going to be going down, talking about today. But do we have that, Henry? I wanted to play that quickly from what he said yesterday when he got rid of the 287G, why he was doing it. You have it? Yeah, let's hear. Here's the sheriff yesterday, and we're going to talk about this when there have been two today.
Bucks County is home to over 50,000 immigrants, primarily from India, South Asia, and Latin American countries, as well as Liberia and Ukraine.
One of the reasons I didn't just sign it, why I wanted to hold a press conference, look, I don't need the attention. It's about letting people know that they are safe.
Those immigrants are our neighbors, they are our friends, they are taxpayers, and they deserve the protection of law enforcement in this community.
I was getting reports from local police chiefs who were telling me that they were facing trust issues from the community. So that's the first thing. Next is getting out into the community.
When large numbers of our residents are afraid to call 911 or come to court and testify, that makes our entire community less safe. This is not a public safety problem for immigrants. This is a public safety problem for everyone. After careful evaluation, I have determined that the certain public safety costs of this ICE partnership are greatly outweighed by any potential public safety benefits that this partnership may offer. That is why this morning I signed an order terminating the 287G partnership between the Bucks County Sheriff's Office and ICE.
Okay. So, again, he's made other comments, and I'm going to give him a chance to amplify it. We don't take things out of context about how out of control this is. If you're here illegally in Bucks County, you should be okay. In other words, unless you commit, and he talked about some heinous crimes, unless you commit that, his position seems to be, you're okay. Well, that's a sanctuary county. Is the position what happened in the Biden years? Is this what the position's coming down to on some on the other side? That if you make it here, if you make it to Bucks County, and you don't deal fentanyl or human trafficking, etc., murder somebody, you're okay. That's it. You made it here. Okay, then. Should we have a border? Should we try to prevent this? And if you don't prevent it, once you get here, the bottom line is, the other side seems to be saying, well, you get to stay. That's it. You're here illegally, but you shouldn't be afraid because our policy is you get to stay. Was the last election about that? I don't think so. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Don't forget, too, he'll be on Zoom. You can watch on YouTube, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. All right, it should be a good conversation. If you miss it for some reason, Henry's ready, all out on this one. It's a big thing to talk about this because, let's face it, Bucks County is the premier place where a lot of this stuff happens. I don't think this election was about illegal immigration per se. It got national attention because of that. Just like affordability wasn't the issue in Jersey. It was. They turned out their people who hate Trump, and Trump and Republicans couldn't turn out Trump voters. Fred Herron could have been running with $50 million. He'd have trouble winning in Bucks County. Jack Ciattarelli could have had $1 trillion, and I don't think he'd win in Jersey. It's pretty clear to us now that's what was going on here. And all these other things, yeah, they matter. Like affordability in Jersey. You heard just what they did. $4 million, sparkle lights, $300 million, the Jersey Devils. Let's face it. If it were the Eagles here in Philadelphia and they say, we want a dome stadium and that's it, they're going to get it. I get it. They're cachet. I get the whole thing, right? The Jersey Devils with Josh Harris, though, they get $300 million? Based on what? Where are the Democrats, the party of the little guy? Why are they giving it to a guy like Josh Harris and the Jersey Devils? They can. There's something in it for them. It's their agenda. Spend $128 million in one day. All right. And give the communist Chinese the rights to the toll roads. Make sure we do that. Check. 855-839-1210.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I only talk about companies I actually use in my own home, of course. And Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is one of them and has been for many years now. If you've been thinking about maybe replacing your entry door or patio doors, January is a great time to start the planning. Spring will be here before you know it, and it's the perfect season to be enjoying an upgrade like that. What I love about Chapman is just how hands-on they are. From design to installation, they walk you through every single step. Everything's up front and in writing, and the craftsmanship really shows, especially with doors. The difference in curb appeal, security, energy efficiency is immediate. And right now, my friends at Chapman are offering 10% off, which makes now a smart time to start that conversation. So if new doors are on your list this year, my advice is simple. Visit ChapmanWindows.com. That's ChapmanWindows.com. Learn more about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Every man should have their health optimized. 14 Men's Health offers a unique approach to men's health, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Athanasios supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple appointments with different specialists. Visit 14menshealth.com. Make an appointment today for personalized health care. 14 Men's Health, with one doctor, one location for life. 14menshealth.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The original Rocky statue is going to be moved from the bottom of the Art Museum steps back to the top. The Avenue of the Arts on South Broad Street is getting a $150 million makeover. And Girl Scout cookies go on sale today with a new Rocky Road ice cream inspired flavor.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. OnlyFans and TikTok stars get 0-1 visas from the U.S. I'm not even sure what they are. That's interesting. But we have rescinded for now. We put a pause on visas from, is it 75 countries? I'm looking at it here, the number. I believe it's 75. And countries include Somalia, Russia, Afghanistan, Brazil, Iran, Iraq, Egypt, Nigeria, Thailand, Yemen, and more, according to Fox News. And this is trying to ascertain processing visas from countries that we believe may not be able to come here to work and be on their own and might be scammers. You know, I've told stories over the years of the Russians that were dropped in Northeast Philadelphia. It's legendary, some of the baggage they brought with them. So it's not just refugees or whatever of color, like the argument is with Somalia. It's people from places like Russia. You bring a different system. Are they going to blend in? Are they going to assimilate? And how do they view the United States? I'm looking at a story today with the, and I've talked about this before, the HB1 visas. School districts are increasingly turning to importing teachers from foreign nations to work for lower pay than Americans. Now, sometimes President Trump doesn't get that. You know, sometimes he goes off on these visa systems like Vivek Ramaswamy did and all. We don't need them. You got to pay Americans is what this comes down to. And I'm looking at this one place in North Carolina, an inordinate amount of teachers in the one school. In Halifax, international teachers are now the majority of educators in the districts. 109 out of 156 teachers across 11 schools, a total of 75, have HB1B visas, while the rest are in here on other kinds of visas, the Border Belt Independent reported. So why do we need to do this? They want to undercut Americans. That's why I like the Wall Street Journal. We don't need them. Occasionally, there's someone so talented, so singular in what they may offer that I guess we'd be enhanced by it. You know, the occasional Einstein, but that's very occasional. These are just people with who knows what skill level or language level, and we're importing them because they don't want to pay Americans. And when it hits you, like the IT field for some people, then it all comes home. Disney was one company that had bouts of that. The president sometimes doesn't get it on this. No, it means no. It means this is ridiculous. All right, 2 o'clock today, we talked with the new sheriff in Bucks County. And again, this did make national news, this battle back and forth with Fred Herron, the former sheriff, in a minor way, working with ICE, which never really even happened. The courtroom case on this, the judge said it's only 3 sheriffs. It's minor. Is that why they won overwhelmingly in Bucks? No, it was anti-Trump stuff. But you'll hear the sheriff, and we'll give him a chance to tell us his vision going forward with this. So if you say, though, ICE ought to only be picking up people who are dealing fentanyl, human trafficking, murdered somebody, something like that, then all those other people, he mentioned 50,000 migrants there. If they get there and they get to Bucks County, even if it's illegally, they're okay. That seems to be the stance. We shouldn't be doing anything around that. I don't think people agree with that. I mean, it's guesstimated upwards of 6 million people came in during Biden, could be even higher than that were sent into country or just came across the border themselves. We absorb that to the next time, to the next Democrats in there. And then what's going to happen? By the way, just one other thing, too. This argument, cops are talking down ICE. I'm not buying that. This argument, well, Obama deported a lot of people, but he didn't cause this type of damage with his people. Could the reason be we didn't have as many sanctuary cities and Democrats stood down because Obama was in charge? With Trump, they're egging people on to do this. So if they egg you on to do this, what's going to happen? There's going to be more of this. My only criticism of ICE in this, and they got to listen to this, and I don't think they are, and Paul Morrow laid it out the other day. Bring in overwhelming numbers and at least 25 or so ICE agents, lock people up rather than doing these battles all day. And then you got to follow through to the full limit of the federal system. You start locking them up when they're creating interference. You start putting them through the full bore of the federal system on this. Could be a felony. And you're going to diminish the numbers. If you keep on just showing up, trying to do this, and getting into it with these people like last night, they're going to be emboldened. It's a party to them. Paul Morrow said that Monday. Spot on, right on. That's the core of what they should be doing here. You're bringing in more ICE people, have them on the perimeter, locking people up that are doing what this woman did prior to any of the struggle. No, she never should be there. You do that, and we're going to put this down. You don't do it, they're going to keep on. They have nothing else to do. This is their hobby, their avocation, their virtue signaling. All right, big 1 o'clock hour coming up. Then we'll talk with the sheriff. 855-839-1210. Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity. Great students. Great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy League you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure. We're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Attention PA New Jersey home sellers. If you're over 60 and you've been thinking about selling in 2026, do not start too late, as sellers are losing thousands before the sign even goes up. They fix the wrong things, they guess at price, and they get blindsided at inspections. So learn the 10 new rules of selling over 60 at my free breakfast seminar, 9 a.m. January 31st at the Hilton Garden Inn, Fort Washington. Join me, Diane Cordano-Casaccio, Cordano Realtors, and special guest Dom Giordano. Come live or on Zoom. Should you downsize now or stay put? What are your capital gains? How to declutter 30 years of your stuff? What do you fix or not fix? Should you sell as is? And how to price and market your home to sell fast. All attendees get a free copy of my newest book, The Hidden Costs of Overpricing. Diane Cordano says RSVP now at 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Very special day here. A lot of stuff bubbling up. 855-839-1210. You get on board. All right. President Trump sending mixed signals about doing something in Iran. Impossible to tell whether this is what he does when he goes, never mind, we're probably not going to do it. Then he strikes. That's certainly possible. But the complaint is that people, I'm looking at Mediaite and some of these other sources, people on the right are saying, what is it with this guy? He should be striking Iran. He didn't tell us. He's making it up. I don't think the average Trump supporter is focused in on Iran. I think it would be labeled under, this would be a great thing if we free Iran if this happens. But we know what the issue is. The issue is what's going on in Minnesota, both the Somali fraud, which is still huge, and the illegal immigration, and just the idea that places like Minneapolis with walls and the mayor and other forces there are saying, no, we're not going to follow the laws of this country, and we're going to take out ICE, and we're not going to protect anything here, and that's the way it is. Could it come to a point where it's insurrection? I think it would take a little bit more anyhow, before Trump does that, because that is a major step to my knowledge. Purely using that, I don't know the last time we did it except the Civil War. But it could happen. So I think Iran is on the back burner, given the free fire zone of what's happening in Minnesota. And that's why being able to talk and bring you the sheriff of Bucks County, who won in some part, by his vision versus Fred Herron's vision, going, by supporting ICE on a relatively minor level, is a must hear to me, simply because of that. And these other counties, in their own way, have even been worse. And I want to center in on one. Delaware County Times reporting that, what is it? I say Havertown. I know it's Haverford Township, right? They were adamant the other night. 2 Republicans voted against this to say, why are we passing all these resolutions against something that we're not even doing and we have no in the world we're ever going to do because of virtue signaling, because they want to get at ICE. This Havertown, during the No Kings, we centered in on them, how out of control this is, how rabid they are. And I think the median home value was close to $500,000. They are so typical of the suburbanites we're talking about here. So they passed this resolution, essentially saying they're not going to help ICE in any way, shape, or form. And also no 287G, which in a million years they never have even talked about doing this. Why are they doing it? They want to be on the map of the resistance of these people, particularly in the suburbs, who are relatively insulated from a lot of the damage that happens with this. So it brings up the last election. Was the last election, when it comes to the signature issue of Trump through 2 or 3 elections, illegal immigration, was it about saying, no, we're only going to take out the couple 100,000, 250,000 that are here illegally and have committed or are charged with violent crimes? We use all kinds of language around that. Or was it about more mass deportation? Then it gets to, well, how are you supposed to do that? And didn't we predict then, and a lot of people predicted, this is not going to be easy. Now, I think ICE has done a remarkable job at trying to do this. There's some people that complain, I'll give you the number that's negative, that it's not enough, time is running out. Well, you know how difficult, you can see how difficult it is to deal this. But on the upside, what's happened? Any number of people, take pick of your figures, each day we get different figures, have self-deported, exactly what we want. They took the deal, we'll pay for you, we'll give you a stipend, and if you leave now, we don't hold it against you. You can apply for citizenship and come back. It's staggering the number of people that have done that. That is the perfect solution to this. We don't need ICE doing all this, et cetera, et cetera. And yet we're getting people out of this country who don't belong here. but the media will not cover it in a manner that I try to do. Is it the policy of the sheriff, for example, in Bucks County, based upon some of the stuff we played you, to say, if you make it here to Bucks County, you get to stay as long as you don't commit. And I'm going to, give him a chance, not a soundbite, at length, as much as he wants, to tell us, well, what are the things that would get you bounced? And say, is that all? Like, if you're a drunk driver here, do you get bounced? Based upon the comments, I'd say no. So how many are we talking about doing fentanyl, human trafficking, and murder versus people that are here illegally? And it is a crime. So how do you go about doing that? Well, the self-deportation is one of the best ways to do it. 855-839-1210. So I don't think we're focusing in on Iran. We're focusing in on the second ICE shooting last night. We're focusing in, and I gave you my criticism of ICE. They have to use their forces better. The people that are confronting them have to be locked up on the scene, take them out of there, and then follow through the federal system to make sure they don't want to do this again. Otherwise, it's a lot of fun for these people. I know it's nuts. It's cold out there and all that. Look at them. All hours of the day and night, they're out there setting fires, throwing firecrackers and everything else, taking apart an ICE van, doxing people with the material they find. Yeah, I question that. How in the world did they let them get access? What are you carrying around that material for? That ought to be not in the field of battle here. That's the last thing you want, the ability to do that. But this is all-consuming. And we played you Rochelle Bilal and Larry Krasner at it again yesterday. Do they think Trump is going to come to Philadelphia and they're actually going to arrest ICE officers? Do they really think that's going to happen and the Philadelphia police are going to back them on that? That's one of the reasons I want to see this, because I don't think the Philadelphia police are. And then we're going to see quite a spectacle here of these two idiots. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony. Today's side question is one of our all-timers, I think. Sully landed on the Hudson today, hit us with that all-time gamble, particularly if it were successful, particularly if it worked. I'll take one more off. Alaska, called Seward's Folly. Was it 54 million, or did I just pick that figure out? Which was a staggering sum at that point. It was something like that, I think. If it was cheaper than that, wow. And did that work? So
it was 7.2 million.
Oh, it was 7.2. I don't know where the 54. There was something else with that. What should we pay for Greenland? Billions, obviously. I would say if we had to pay 50 or 60 billion, it's a bargain in everything. The rare earth materials, the strategic position, well worth it. It would be a coup if we could buy Greenland. And I think if Trump simmers down on that, we might be able to do it. Oh, I know. Let me play that, or I'm coming to you in a minute. Here is the Dean of Decency. I almost forgot. This is cut 6. Here is Madeline Dean last night on News Nation. Madeline Dean is going to be part of an esteemed group, and she keeps on calling it the Kingdom. It's like she's going to Oz, the Kingdom of Denmark. She's going off to Oz. All right, Madeline Dean, the Dean, is headed to Denmark to tell them she's with them, not with Trump. Here's what she said.
Good evening, Blake. Good to be with you, and thank you for all of that troubling reporting. Yes, a bipartisan and bicameral CODEL is going to Copenhagen this weekend to say that we are your allies, we are your friends, and to reaffirm our support for NATO, for Denmark, for the Kingdom of Denmark. The remarks of the president are inexplainable to me, and I wish that our Republican counter members here in the House and in the Senate would explain that to the president. I've had the chance to go to Denmark to meet with the prime minister back in the summer of 24. They are baffled by the president's rhetoric, by his desire and coveting of Greenland. After all, we have had a 200-year relationship with the Kingdom of Denmark, decades of economic and
Kingdom.
military cooperation.
Right.
The historic NATO agreements following and UN agreements following World War II.
All right. So there's a little bit. The dean is headed off to the Kingdom of Denmark to tell them, I'm with you, not with Trump. You know, no mention here. If we try to buy this, can we make a deal here to do this? It's good for the world. The Russians, Chinese, right there on the doorstep. Okay, here is a new commercial. Megan Rapinoe. Henry, you cut this. How would you characterize it? Because I haven't seen it. As soon as I see her, that men ought to be able to play against women, it's like, really?
It's her, a few athletes, Elliot Page, just...
Who's Elliot Page?
Formerly known as, she was an actress. Now she's an actor.
He was the guy
Ellen Page.
He was the guy in Juno, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Juno, Inception, Trailer Park Boys.
Okay.
Yeah, I like his stuff.
Yeah, just promoting, inclusiveness in sports, I'd say.
All right, but it's saying that men should be able to play in women's sports.
Yeah, in their own sense, yeah.
Okay, let's view it, youtube.com/1210WPHT. Here's what they said.
When you're young, you believe that you can do anything. And then the world tries to set limits for you.
Tell you what's allowed,
What's normal,
who you're supposed to be.
but on the field, the track, the court, here, you get to be exactly who you are.
Because at our core, we're still the kids who just want to play. The go big game changers.
The living, breathing fabric of this country.
Supporting trans youth isn't just about sports.
It's about freedom.
On and off the field. It's more than a game.
All right, one of the reasons they're able to do this nonsense is, with rare exceptions, and I'm trying to think of how many on record, they sort of move off it easily enough. You haven't seen big-time female athletes say, no, you have to be kidding me. And I think someone the stature, if I had to pick one, I'd go with Serena Williams. If she said it, could she be brought down? And people would go, no. But I've rethought it. The mob that comes after you over this issue, they never let up. They may not be significant numbers, huge numbers, but they don't let up. They make life miserable. Why would Serena Williams do that? She's one I would think of to say, well, I did see her. It was with Letterman in this vein this week. And she was talking about playing, who was the big-time American tennis player? Was it Andy
Roddick?
Yes, I think it was Roddick, who really had one of the fastest serves consistently.
Mm-hmm.
And she just told David Letterman, be a joke. Are you kidding me? Yeah, but Serena, he's gone, you're touted. Look at the speed you had. She probably hits on 110, something like that.
I believe in that
Yeah.
interview she says it's a completely different game.
That's what she said. It ought to be two divisions, a completely different game. Yeah. He's hitting above 130 consistently. Not just to serve them, but just she talked about speed difference even. And not only that, Henry, I saw this myself. There was a girl in the school I taught. I won't say her name now. And she was a bruiser. And she fought several females. And it was just the persona of it. You was scared to death. She might kill one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And she got into it with a guy one time, pretty fair size, a little bit tough. And he hit her one shot right in the head. And it was like all of it drained out. Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a plan till you're punched in the face. Yeah, Serena Williams in her prime would beat up on all but the very 2 or 3 maybe, and she had to have an off day. Most times I would bet on her. You put her in there against Roddick, it's like you can't even imagine. So why are they doing this? Well, she's obnoxious, Rapinoe, and is crazed, and she's not playing now. So this gives another field of this. How is it inclusive? They can play sports. That's what they were talking about in their own field. So we come back to the identity thing versus the reality thing. And the best female athletes, I get it. They're cowed. Why do this? I could lose a lot of endorsements. So, Henry, you follow sports even more than I. Do you think endorsers would take away endorsements from even Serena Williams? I would answer yes if she got involved in this.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think there'd be a lot of public backlash, but I don't think they'd.
I think they say, what's the headache? Serena, nothing against you, but we don't want this
They're
headache.
going to drop a black woman? I don't think so.
I hear you. That's why
If we're playing identity politics and all that crap, yeah, no, they can't do it.
But these people will cause more trouble for you. You think you think
these people aren't playing sports for the most part.
I know that. It's just relentless. Why do you think she doesn't do it then? She did it with David Letterman. She's
that was in Letterman when things were somewhat normal.
Right.
I don't do it. Yeah, no one asked. That's why.
All right.
I don't ask, don't tell. Right.
All right. Well, get Serena on after your coup today. I got someone maybe on Wednesday. I'm not jinxing it. Fingers crossed on this one. Big, and I'll play Serena. Then we'll see. What do you think your serve speed is? I don't know if mine hits 80 even, to be honest.
No,
I don't know if
I can barely. Barely serve and return serve.
Yeah, exactly.
I like watching tennis a lot more than playing.
Oh yeah, those matches that are 4 hours with Djokovic and Nadal and Federer. Oh God, don't see them anymore. All right, we're coming to your calls, Earl and everybody else. 855-839-1210. Hit us your thoughts on this. No, Iran's important, but we're zoned in on Minnesota. Who's going to blink in this? What is it that will stop these people from rioting? I told you. And I don't know, Paul Morrow ought to be in charge of something. When he said that on Monday, we were spot on. If the local cops won't do it, you got to bring in your own people who are going to stand there and arrest again. If it's hundreds of them, thousands of them, that's what you're going to do. And they're going to go through the entire federal system. If you do that, you're going to see diminishing numbers. It's going to get across to them. Not immediately. This is going to go on for a month or more in Minnesota. And if it were the springtime, it would really be bad. All right, 855-839-1210.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Warrington, and Thoroughfare. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,400 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, Warrington at the Hampton Inn, or in Thoroughfare at the Best Western. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
It's a new year and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026 and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. Just telling Henry, today a big YouTube moment, too, because, you know, sometimes it's hard to get people on a Zoom call, whatever. We just have to go by phone. But youtube.com/1210 WPHT. You'll see at 2 o'clock the new sheriff of Bucks County and me talking about the issue that is the prime issue, and right here at home, illegal immigration. All right, so the Homeland Security has released more information on what happened last night. All three of these guys are from Venezuela. The guy that was targeted, criminally illegal alien from Venezuela, previously convicted for driving without a license, arrested for 2 counts of giving false name to a police officer, subject of a targeted enforcement operation. He was released by Minnesota authorities before ICE could even lodge a detainer. He entered the United States in August 2022 under the Biden administration. Now, he was shot, so I'm assuming he's in a hospital, but Minnesota released him even before they could get a detainer going. The 2 guys who allegedly came to his aid, beating the one officer with a shovel. One was an illegal alien from Venezuela, illegally entered the United States May 2023 under the Biden administration. After he failed to show up for his immigration hearing, he was issued a final order of removal by an immigration judge. Yeah, but how are you going to enforce that if you can't find him? If you can't be doing this procedure, he just stays. The third, a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela who illegally entered the United States May 2023 under the Biden administration. They marked this illegal alien as a non-enforcement priority. These 3 guys right here have every one of the nonsensical things that have gone on. And it even gets to a point where I want to pause on legal immigration at this point. It's just endless what Biden has done here. All 3 in this incident, coming from various policies in various ways. The bottom line is they're going to stay in this country. And what are they up to? What are they employed in? How are they getting by? Now, these 3, you heard what I read you there, none of them have, at least they've been convicted of, fentanyl human trafficking. God, maybe they were doing it, but in other words, should they stay? Should they be targeted? Under the guidelines I'm hearing out of Bucks County about, well, you get here, you stay, probably not. I just want to hear from the sheriff at 2. What's the metric in his philosophy? In other words, I'm clear in mine, if you're here illegally, it's going to be difficult for you. You may want to self-deport. None of these 3 guys has a murder or a major drug trafficking charge or conviction. Not to say, based upon this, do I think they're doing something like that? Yeah, I do. My point being, though, do they get to stay, first upon what I read you and what they did last night? They were primed for this. Seems to be kind of an ambush. Thank God that ICE agent wasn't killed. Thank God he was able to shoot the one guy and stop him. And they got out all 3 of them. ICE has to do a better job. I would take these 3 as a message and say to America, we know that people are, on paper, 70% or so. You're dealing fentanyl, you're a human trap. Democrats don't even want them to go, mainly. but most people do. What about these three? You know, give us some specifics here versus this vague nonsense. Would America really say, well, no, I don't think they ought to go. Biden let them in. They're here. And other than being convicted, let's say before last night, before they allegedly attacked and all that, let's just put that aside for a moment. Do you want these people deported? Yes or no? Do you want them out of here? Well, the one judge issued the final deportation order. Yeah, so what? So what? Can you imagine what it's like, a whack-a-mole, to try to find these people? And millions of them, potentially, where there's these issues? Let them into the country, the body. This is what we're facing. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony. Earl's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And I guess I'm not allowed in Australia. My name would be banned as well, being a title, a name based on a title or a like king or queen. Earl is a royal title.
Okay.
Earl of Tacony.
The Earl of Tacony. That's right. Yes.
But I'm going to give a George Costanza, Andrea Doria answer. My answer would be Francis Ford Coppola gambling on Apocalypse Now. It's based on Joseph Conrad's novel, The Heart of Darkness. They always consider it to be unfilmable. Orson Welles tried to do it in 1939. The studio said, we're not going to finance this. If you want to do this, finance it yourself. So Coppola went and gambled, and he re-edited Godfather 1 and Godfather 2 into the chronological epic to raise the money. When he fell short, he had to go and raise another $7 million by mortgaging his home and selling his mortgaging his Napa Valley winery in order to do it. It was supposed to take 6 weeks to film the movie, and ended up taking 16 months. Martin Sheen had a heart attack while they were filming. Yep. They had to bring in Joe Estevez's brother to help with the filming. Then when they had to do some voiceovers, Martin Sheen wasn't available. They had to bring Joe Estevez in to do the voiceovers. Marlon Brando was given $1 million advance, said he was going to keep the $1 million and didn't want to do the film. When he came in, he was late, he was drunk and 88 pounds overweight, hadn't read the source novel,
right,
and refused to do the lines. He improvised all of his lines. Sam Bottoms was on LSD, marijuana, or meth when he was filming his scenes. It was just a complete disaster. They built sets, and the typhoon came in, went and destroyed all of the movie sets, and they took months to rebuild. I mean, it was just one disaster after another. He filmed 230 hours of video. It took 3 years to edit all of the film, and with all of that going wrong, he gambled and he stuck with it. Most people would have quit, just collected the insurance, and just walked away. But he stuck with it, gambled on it, and it became one of the classic films of, I guess, 1979, I guess, is when it finally came out. In fact, Lawrence Fishburne lied about his age. He was 14 when he started filming. He was 18 by the time the movie actually came out.
That's a good one. There's a lot of great detail there. You mentioned a wallet, too. Coming up, I will hold up my wallet. It's a George Costanza wallet.
Brace yourselves, people.
Sean, are you somebody has one of those wallets with like some kind of clip on it and goes in the pocket, but it comes out and the clip stays on it, or no? You just have an ordinary wallet. I can't quite tell there. I've never seen it here. I have
got a Velcro wallet.
A Velcro wallet. Oh, all right. Kept that baby ready to go. I have a George Costanza wallet, but I have not found it's worse. Coming up, it is worse than the Barco Lounger incident.
Yeah, this is.
And I still have not found a wallet big. I don't like the small wallet. I'm afraid I'm going to lose it. All right. Henry is in that George Costanza realm at times, too, by what he puts in said wallet.
How much I put in there was really getting people annoyed.
All right. So I'll show you that coming up. And if you have a remedy, I just couldn't find a big enough wallet to hold all this. And it's not necessarily always money. If it is, it's a lot of ones. Although I believe you should always have $50 on you, at least $50. Henry, what's your bottom line on that? How much you always have to have?
Oh man, I guess I don't really have a cash bottom line like that. It's just whatever's in my wallet.
Yeah, because Dan and DJ and Luke are all almost zero. Like you're in the middle of the Schuylkill Expressway, something's happened. How are you going to bribe someone or get out of this? Venmo or PayPal? What are you going to do? Some guy, it's cash.
Yeah,
will that be cash?
Let me scan your QR code real quick.
Right.
Let me Venmo.
Yeah, just give me the cash and everything will be okay, Henry. That's all you have to do.
Well,
I can't get it out of my pocket, though. It's just created some.
Yeah,
I was hold it up now. Yeah.
You showed me that yesterday. I was
Okay.
flabbergasted.
All right. Be ready for this. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. First, though, hey, are you ready to make this a year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients your body can trust. Right now, Rescue is celebrating you with the New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements. Use that code NEWYEAR40, NEWYEAR40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Oracine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered to mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off. Go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40, NEWYEAR40. Now's the time to make a smart step toward feeling your best. 40% off any 4 bottles of premium Rescue supplements at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40 at checkout. Don't wait. Make this the year you prioritize your wellness with Rescue.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Woo! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Mike McEachern, I'm from Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. Wall Street is volatile. You never know where the stock market's going to go. You never know how politics is going to impact it. And you never know how much your fees are going to be and what's going to be hidden that you don't really know about. With Crash-Proof Retirement, our range of returns have been between 10 and 12%. I feel very comfortable with the returns we've gotten this year because we don't have to concern ourselves with the volatility of the market, and we never get charged a fee, never even comes up.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, February 17th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans. Weather sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union.
The colder air mass continues to filter into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny and windy with temperatures holding in the 30s. A cold night tonight, partly cloudy and windy. Low 23 for the city, colder in the suburbs. Not as windy on Friday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Still cold with a high 36.
Earn more with American Heritage Credit Union certificates and IRAs. Earn 3.81% annual percentage yield on 9 or 12-month certificate. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. The wallet in a moment. I got a great nugget here, though. What does it say about America that the Golden Globes last weekend lost out to the Pop-Tarts Bowl? Who was in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, Henry? You probably know without even looking this year. Have any sense? No? Deshaun, you're going to Sean there. Pop-Tarts, but can't you hear? Okay. Little issue here. All right, the Golden Globes was $8.660 million. The Pop-Tarts Bowl was $8.696 million. And the Golden Globes, with the issue of Nikki Glaser not doing Trump jokes, has made a good bit of news, given that, she said, they're not funny. They've been done to death. How much more stuff are you going to do with Trump? She went after any number of other targets that were there, took a little bit of heat for it. But when the Pop-Tarts Bowl beats you, and this is, I don't know, I would say after the Oscars, arguably, the Golden Globes, at least the most well-known. I don't know if it's the most prestigious second award versus the, Screen Guild, the foreign
the SAG Awards.
Yeah, SAG Awards. I think people know the Golden Globes. It's like an
totally.
Oscar. Hey, is that an Oscar? Yeah, it's an Oscar.
you could get away with saying it's an Oscar.
Exactly. All right, so youtube.com/1210WPHT. Here is Exhibit A. This is the type of wallet that I need. Well, not this deranged wallet, what it looks like now in here. Yeah, I still have everything in there. There we go. All right. Is it as bad as a bar? Oh, man, there's not even actually any. This is worse than George Costanza. George Costanza at least had a real wallet.
The wear and tear on that is just crazy.
Yeah.
Was that leather at one point?
Yeah, it was leather.
Oh, my
gosh. A lot of cows were. I don't know how old it is either. I wear on stuff pretty easily.
Yeah, well, totally.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Dude, that is.
Sean, you can wait.
it's tough enough that you're trying to look for a big wallet in a day and age where everything's kind of sleek and
I like
thin
sleek,
now.
But except I don't want it falling around.
Well,
anywhere.
what do you need such a big wallet for? What's the?
What's in there? All right, I have all those codes that we need to get in. I have my Giant card. I have my debit card. You know, I could throw out that old license. I don't know why I
Giant
keep it in
card.
case.
Can't you just type in your phone number?
It's easier. They hold it up and you do that. It's much easier than typing it in.
Yeah, but it's one less card you got to carry around.
Yeah, true. I have my. Let me hold up my my Staples card, Henry.
Oh my gosh!
Good Lord!
Does that even that scans?
It scans.
Oh my!
As long as that scans, I'm using that Staples
Do they look at
card.
you crazy every time you go in the store?
No, they just put it there. They know me. Oh, it's a guy. It works, and they all say, "Oh, it still works."
Of course they do.
I have my premium membership for AAA, which is very valuable. My CVS card, my Rite Aid card.
You can put most of these on your phone, if not all of them.
Yeah, my healthcare cards. You never know when you might use that. And that's about it. So how many cards do you have? You think I have too many cards? That's a problem.
Yeah, well, I had that same problem as well. And I was eventually pretty much bullied into downsizing my wallet and getting a new wallet, because I showed you my old wallet yesterday. I had some fair wear and tear on it. Let's see. What do I have in here? I have my credit card. I have my debit card. I have my license. I have a $100 kind of, Visa gift card.
What are you doing with that? Why don't you spend that?
Because I don't really buy a lot of things.
Okay.
And then let's see. I have I have an FOP card from New Jersey.
Wait a minute now. Oh, is that a get out of jail free card?
Yeah.
We need a cop to call in. Henry's got an FOP card. If he flashes that, please give all due courtesies.
Yeah.
Remember that in the Untouchables. Give all due courtesies to this man signed by the mayor of Chicago. And you know who the man was? Al Capone.
Oh, yeah.
He had the card, and the mayor said, give him all due courtesy.
Give him all due courtesy.
Yes. All right. Anything else? All right, Sean, so you got a Velcro wallet. What's up with that? Why a Velcro? Okay.
Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Yeah, Velcro wallet.
The Velcro wallet, I got it in high school. I found it backstage when I was in stage crew, and
found it.
Yeah,
did you find money in it too?
No, it was completely empty, which is why I felt comfortable taking it. But it's it's canvas. It's held up. It's got a little flap for my ID.
I do like it. It's a snazzy wallet.
Yeah, keep my little ID in there. I scan in. It's
Okay.
all right.
I think this is vintage. My wallet's kind of vintage, particularly this side of it.
Vintage. I mean,
Vintage, yes.
I don't know about vintage.
All right. On YouTube, I just want to see the chat on YouTube before we get to Henry. You can let us know. Do people have any idea where to get a big wallet that's going to hold up? That's all that I need.
Oh, man. People are saying, Dom ought to see my wallet. That's what David in Lexington says.
Yeah, send us a photo at 1210
yeah,
WPHT.
Send us your wallets.
I haven't seen, and the Barco Lounger, seriously, when we took that out, I was just heartbroken. The new chair is fine, but that Barco Lounger.
Yeah, the one you had to jump on.
I had to jump to get into it. And to put it down, I had to just forcefully jump and hit the Barco Lounger part down. Yeah, I mean, why get rid of that?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Why? Because you're going to throw your back out getting into it, and then you really won't be able to get out.
No, but it fit perfectly. It was like a suit you've worn
I
for
know what you're
20
saying.
years.
That was like
Exactly.
my twin bed I had for like my entire life until I got a new one. Yeah.
All right, if you have any wallet stuff there, you get on board here. All right, 855-839-1210. All right, Henry was talking to the sheriff. I was wondering why. And he'll be with us at 2 o'clock. You can see him, the whole interview, youtube.com/1210WPHT. A lot of this is the issue of the day. Couldn't be a better day to do it. Bucks County couldn't be better. Yeah, it was a factor in the sheriff's race. Well, let's face it. I think the DA lost and Fred lost. Jack Ciattarelli lost because of the antagonism toward Trump versus Trump voters not coming out. Affordability in Jersey, really? Come on. I wonder how those people in Medford are feeling today as they tell them you got to build 800 houses to subsidize 173 affordable housing. Jack Ciattarelli would have fought for that. Mikey Sherrill would be cutting ribbons there, touting it. She loves it. Okay, grab a line, all-time gambles. I don't think Lance had a pretty good answer here. There are a million of them. Think about it. Think of some of the biggest decisions they rolled the dice, even if it failed. But if it succeeded, Trump running in 2016, looking back on it, it looks like a sure thing. Not really. In the beginning, a lot of people were going, what?
There's a comment on YouTube here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sarah Weiss says, do we need to do a GoFundMe for a new wallet for Dom?
Oh, absolutely. Well, no, I just need a wallet. If you go and buy it right now, if you're a wallet salesperson, has to be this big.
Has to be thick, has to take all of Dom's cards and knickknacks and whatever else
right,
is
yes.
in there.
I need one of those get out of jail free cards, though. I need one of those. I might need it in Bucks County and other places.
Yeah, driving with 2 feet, sir, that's illegal.
It is not. Well, at least let's watch that. Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. Grab a line, jump in, hit us with that. These 3 people that got arrested, this is a perfect example where they ought to be talking about that. Does America say these 3 should stay? Prior to attacking, allegedly, the ICE officer, should they stay? They didn't commit any, quote, major crimes based upon the list that I'm looking at. Should they stay? Let's get down to the specifics of this. 855-839-1210.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Joe Conklin hosts comedy nights at Parks Casino every month in 360 Lounge. For full schedule, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I only talk about companies I actually use in my own home, of course. And Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is one of them and has been for many years now. If you've been thinking about maybe replacing your entry door or patio doors, January is a great time to start the planning. Spring will be here before you know it, and it's the perfect season to be enjoying an upgrade like that. What I love about Chapman is just how hands-on they are. From design to installation, they walk you through every single step. Everything's up front and in writing, and the craftsmanship really shows, especially with doors. The difference in curb appeal, security, energy efficiency is immediate. And right now, my friends at Chapman are offering 10% off, which makes now a smart time to start that conversation. So if new doors are on your list this year, my advice is simple. Visit ChapmanWindows.com. That's ChapmanWindows.com. Learn more about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, even Greg Stocker, we have to check his wallet out tomorrow. I've heard that Nick Cale doesn't even carry a wallet somehow or another.
Yeah, because you can pretty much have everything on your phone.
Yeah, can you imagine, too, one of the things I've never gotten, that females have to deal with is carrying a handbag. Then it's got to be Louis Vuitton. Then it has to match. Oh, my God.
They're over the shoulder. It drives me crazy.
Yeah,
I don't know how you
couldn't
keep
do
that.
it. Yeah, definitely. Let's go to Jeff in Center City. Yeah, and start the fundraising drive. I need a nice new wallet, but it's got to be big.
Sarah Weiss, get on that.
Yeah, Sarah, get on that on YouTube. All right. I'll bring in the smaller wallet tomorrow. They're suspect. They're AAA. They don't match. This wallet has done great stuff for me. Jeff in Center City. Hey, Jeff. Afternoon.
Hey, how you doing, Dom? Love the show, and
Thank you.
I'm happy to be able to get through. Man, you're right on with this, Dom. With the whole anybody who is giving ICE a hard time at fireworks or anything, they got to feel the full brunt of the federal law. And
yes, and it'll
and
make
if it-
everybody safer because it will diminish people wanting to do it, and it will diminish. If you let them get away with that, then they're going to do more. It's an incremental thing.
Right. I have a friend that was at January 6th. Girl just there to observe.
Mm-hmm.
They found her. She went to jail for 90 days. She's a felon. She lost her job and she got divorced. And
Wow.
That would make somebody think about not to do that again. I know it would make me think to not do that. No,
Yeah.
but maybe these people have nothing to lose.
Well,
you know?
Jeff, I thought I had some pretty good insight on this. Paul Morrow, Henry's trying to get him back on the mark from Fox, is the very best, level-headed, given his background. ICE is not helping themselves by not having some of their officers do what you and I are talking about. It would relieve the chaos that they're facing.
Yeah, it could be like a football play. Okay, you 10 on this side, you 10 on that side.
Yes.
The 5 in the middle, take the guy, get in and get out, and anybody that breaks the law is going to spend the next 2 years in court.
That's exactly, and publicize it very specifically. And if you do that, this will ease. Hey, Jeff, do you have a big gamble for us today?
Oh, my gosh, I had the biggest gamble. What if Pontius Pilate decided to just let Jesus go?
All right. A hypothetical gamble. Punches did. Not only that, in the field of all-time names, I too easily go to the side. I love all-time's names. Hey, Pontius, what are you doing today?
Yeah,
Pontius Pilate, PP. You can't make it up. Was his name really Pontius? Have you? I've never run into a Pontius. I don't think anybody.
I think after you kill Christ,
it might be
that name
right.
kind of goes out of style.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, it goes out of style. Like I've not run into an Adolf. Now we're not in Germany.
Yeah, definitely not a whole lot of those.
Yeah,
I mean they still have Adidas.
True, but my father,
Named
can't believe it.
Adolf
He named a dog that was the most beloved dog, Adolf. That's true.
Yeah.
A German Shepherd. I know. What are you going to do? All right. Coming up, the new sheriff of Bucks County. Thrilled to bring you this. When we get people that we can have a reasonable conversation, but there are big differences. That, to me, should be good for listeners. Okay? So we got Sheriff Danny Seisler coming up next, and we'll talk not exclusively about 286G, but the more broad part of this and how it impacts the sheriff. We'll also ask him toward the end about other things about being a sheriff in Bucks County. I mean, that's his due. He's willing to come on, so we want to hear his vision for some of that stuff, too. Big guest, big issues, big guest. Sheriff Danny Seisler next on Talk Radio 1210.
Dawn Stensland here. Oh, the excitement is building. Portugal and Spain this spring. I wouldn't go anywhere across the pond unless Conservative Tours was running the show for you. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And after the last 2 adventures in Europe with you, I wouldn't recommend you to anybody else. Fine dining with great wines, seaside villages that take your breath away. They are so stunning to behold. 5738, yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel properties, and dining events to rival the best in Europe for 10 days. Portugal is Europe's best-kept secret. I want to take you there before the secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort, step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain, fly home from Porto. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Following a series of home games, Dallas hits the road and heads to New York for a Monday night matchup that's sure to draw attention across the Pro Basketball League. This game will be a blend of star power and playoff-level intensity. Hosted at one of the league's most iconic arenas, as both teams aim to improve their record and climb up in their conference standing.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia is your complete one-stop gun store with 2 indoor shooting ranges, training and lessons, and gunsmiths on site. They buy, sell, and trade firearms and NFA-regulated items too. King Shooter's experienced staff and certified trainers can help you with all your needs. Check out the calendar of monthly events on Facebook and Instagram, and feel free to stop in 7 days a week. King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia. KingShooters.com. KingShooters.com.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Will you commit to doing the bike ride with us in July?
Well, I sold my bike about 2 years ago. I don't have a bike.
Harry, we already have a bike lined up for you. Wayne Bonfiglio from FOP Lodge 56.
56.
What's happening, Wayne?
Give me a couple of weeks. We'll see if we can locate one.
Very
We'll
good.
make it
Thank you,
happen.
Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne.
You got it.
Love you,
All
Wayne.
Nice.
There he is.
See you in July.
Love you, brother. The great Wayne Bonfiglio. Family's behind the badge.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. Thanks to Henry, and thanks to the sheriff of Bucks County, Danny Seisler, for agreeing to come on. You can follow all this. You can watch us and comment as you're doing it on YouTube. We'd love to see that chat going. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. My vision of talk radio, when you can have a reasonable conversation on something major in which there is real difference, which I think there is. That's healthy. That's a good thing. So let's bring in the sheriff. Sheriff, welcome to Talk Radio 1210, and thanks for taking the time to join us.
Thank you so much for having me on. I listened to you in the car growing up. So it's an honor to be on.
Well, wait a minute. And you still have this difference. I wasn't as persuasive. Your dad, maybe I could persuade a little bit. We don't differ quite as much on anything.
I think you and I might find we don't differ as much as you might think, but we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll get to 287G here in a moment. I know that was the principal thing. Kind of surprised, and, maybe in the heat of the moment, I don't know if this was prepared. It happened, Sheriff, very much around your being sworn in, which is a big day. You said to 6ABC about what happened in Minnesota. When you have absolutely overzealous law enforcement, and then you said you're going to have incidents like this. And I assume you were talking about Ms. Good and what happened there. How, in your view, were they overzealous?
Sure. So a lot of this comes down to training and what people are trained to do and what they're not trained to do. And Immigration and Customs Enforcement, by and large, is not trained to do this sort of kind of street level law enforcement. And they violated, that officer violated numerous kind of basic fundamental rules of traffic stops to include getting in front of a vehicle. And on a traffic stop, that is rule kind of 101. So to me, that shows either the fact that he wasn't trained to do it, or the fact that he was trying to do something that he should not have been doing. And that leads to accidents. So,
okay, well, let me ask, what is it? She was continuously doing this, or pretty much that. It was her thing. They shouldn't have been trying to get her out of the car?
It doesn't matter really whether they're trying to get her out of the car. The question is, do you fire a weapon into a moving vehicle that you have placed yourself in front of? Again, I am not an expert in what happened in that moment. I'm not going to claim to be, an expert in what happened in that moment, but I do know there are just basic principles of traffic stops that officer did not follow, again, because he was not trained to do it or because he was acting overzealously and not following whatever training he received.
All right, I don't know about overzealously. You can say he invited. Well, what do you think now? When we have the full investigation, what's your sense of what should happen to him? Do you think, based on this, he should be criminally charged?
So, look, Dom, I'm not, an expert, and I've not seen every video in what happened there. Here's what I'll say: police officers, people out in the street, and I understand this from being in the military. You have to you make split-second decisions, and you can't watch a video in slow motion and go back in time and determine what an officer should have done. You need to place yourself in the mind of a reasonable officer in that moment and ask themselves, did they follow their training and do what a reasonable officer should have done? Based on what I've seen, he was either not properly trained, which is why, ICE likely shouldn't have been out there, or he was properly trained and he didn't follow his training. And when you don't follow your training and you're not acting as a reasonable officer, then you are acting outside the bounds of the law and you should be prosecuted. The reason why we do so much training, why you drill things into people, is because when you're in those split-second decisions, that you can make the right decision. And I would say without question, this officer made a series of poor decisions, which led to somebody being killed who did not need to be killed. You also just don't shoot into a moving car. But go ahead.
Well, I don't think that's true. If the car's coming at you, and we had experts on that told us they think the 3 shots could have been instantaneous. So let's put aside whether you think you should have been in front of the car. When the car's coming at you in that manner, you have every reason to fire at it.
You get out of the way of the car. But again, it's faster to get out of the way of the car than to fire into a car. It just is.
That's easy to say after you've been hit already by it, or at least brushed by it. It's that you should just take your life into your hands and get out of the way.
It is faster to step out of the way of a vehicle that you're on the side of anyway, and you should have never been in front of. But let's, again, put that aside. It is faster than to raise a weapon, to draw a weapon, aim it, and fire. It is faster to take one step to the right. That was an overzealous action by that officer based on what I have seen.
Okay, I don't think anybody that we've had on law enforcement is going to agree with that. And it's not even a question of the optimal. Isn't it a question of what his rights are if we're going to be talking about criminal charges here? Meaning, even if this is not textbook, you're talking about criminal charges potentially here.
Well, I'm not talking about anything necessarily. I'm the sheriff of Bucks County.
Right.
I'm not a prosecutor in Minnesota, and I have not evaluated this case for the purposes.
But I brought it up because when you were sworn in, they asked you about it. That's why I went there. Do you think?
And I believe the action, based on what I saw, was not necessary and was not reasonable.
Now, I know the nuances of this, and you're a smart guy in this. We don't want to get into the weeds. The sheriffs might be different than local police, but I'm getting an overall philosophy of how you think about the role of sheriffs, and then we'll get to the specific of 287G. And that is, have you made statements saying you should not interfere, she shouldn't have put her car there, and the local police should have kept order there? That might be where the sheriffs come in. I'm asking you, do the sheriffs have any role in assisting ICE in the sense of providing something so that it's not a chaotic scene that ends up in this tragedy? In other words, I think if local police there had done their job to keep civil order, peaceful protest, not the scene that played out, she'd be alive today.
Well, I can say this, and look, I can only speak to what sheriffs do in Pennsylvania. So let's say we mean local police, not sheriffs. Okay, yeah, that is a local police job. When you're talking about traffic control, that is a local police job because that is what officers are trained to do. So to the extent that there should have been a law enforcement presence there, and again, I want to say for the probably fifth time, I am not an expert in what happened there, and I have not sought to be. I got sworn into this office last week, and my entire focus has been on this office. But that said, traffic control is not what ICE officers are trained to do, and you saw what happened as a result. That's a local police responsibility.
Well, what do we do when the local police won't do that? That you make that your argument that ICE shouldn't be doing this then?
Dom, again, I'm not trying to be difficult. This happened on my, I guess, first or second day in office, and I've been so preoccupied with this office that I'm not an expert in Minneapolis.
Okay, I wanted to talk about, again, broad philosophy, because I think this brings us to 287G, and then allow you, because I know you've had expertise in this, you really had to study it versus what Heron was doing, and that is, I would contend that in my sense of things, Bucks County is a sanctuary county through your view as sheriff, in that you've said recently, and we've been playing it, you don't think we ought to be going after, I think, cooks and gardeners and all and such. So is the policy in your mind, if you get here, even if illegally, that's it, that's settled, as long as you're not dealing fentanyl or human trafficking, what's your metric for where we ought to be doing something? Because I think that's some of your gripe with ICE, why you won't assist in this way. What's your metric in your view in Bucks County? Do you just get to stay if you made it here?
So my view is coming as the sheriff. That's my focus.
Okay.
I'm looking at public safety, and this is the thing we're going to be talking about over and over and over.
Right.
The fact is there are a certain number of people who are here. If they are otherwise, other than their immigration status, following the law, contributing to society, paying taxes, which many of them do through an individual taxpayer number, the limited law enforcement resources that we have, and they are limited, should be dedicated to the individuals who are committing crimes. And beyond that, again, we can talk about my justification for opposing 287G. In fact, we'll get into that later. But that's my general stance on the issue.
All right, and I get what you're talking about with fear and all the rest of it, but they have committed a crime, in my view, and a lot of listeners in the campaign of Trump, they've committed the crime of coming into the country illegally, many of them.
So there's two types of people who are not in the country legally. You hear the 11 million statistic. A lot of those are just out of a visa status or out of some sort of status. I mean, millions and millions. So first off, and that's an administrative violation. That's not a criminal violation. But setting that aside, this is a question of resources and resource allocation. As government leaders, we only have so many officers. We only have so many federal agents. And there is ample crime that is truly hurting people. So, when we talk about the cooks and gardeners and laborers, the example I keep using, those folks are not hurting people. They are helping small businesses. They're helping prop up the community in ways that a lot of folks don't even see because it's behind the scenes. And again, they are paying taxes. Many of these people are. I want our resources focused on the criminals who are on a day-to-day basis hurting everyday people.
Well, I agree. You prioritize that, but should we not have borders then? Why would we keep them out if they're not a priority, if they're not doing anything wrong, essentially, that rises to the level of caring about it?
Yeah, we do need borders. We need secure borders. No one should be able to cross the border illegally. We need to have a secure southern and northern border.
Okay, let's go to 287G. Now, I looked at
and Dom, I want to be clear. I've said that from the beginning. I believe, and again, I can't speak to every person, but being out on the campaign trail in a 50-50 county, I found that the vast majority of Americans want the same thing. They want a secure as heck border. They want criminals deported, and they want the people who are just here trying to have a better life for their family, minding their own business, doing work, to have a reasonable pathway to citizenship.
Well, I differ on you with, Bucks County, you won. I differ with the American people. They wouldn't have voted for Trump if they didn't want something more, because there are repercussions, as you know, to Biden flooding the country with 6 million people, give or take. Don't you think there are severe repercussions for the average American, even if these people are not committing violent crimes?
We need a secure southern border. I'm not going to argue with you on that.
Okay. Let's
and look, one of the reasons we need a secure southern border, we have a fentanyl crisis in America.
Exactly.
And the chemicals come from China, and they are processed in Latin American countries, and they come through the southern border. We got to be honest about that.
I wanted to talk with you. We're talking with the new sheriff, Danny Seisler of Bucks County. What about people that you now have in jail, prisoners or arrestees? Is ICE given notification of that? Listeners wanted to know, because there might be a status issue if you think there is. Or is ICE left to fend for themselves in figuring that out through various law enforcement networks? In other words, do you assist them if it's pretty clear this person might be here illegally?
So this is, one thing I've been trying to really hammer home to folks, and why we are not a sanctuary county. And I can talk about that in depth. Every single person in Bucks County who is booked, who is brought into our correctional facility, they are fingerprinted. That biometric data goes through a system called LiveScan. LiveScan blasts that data out to agencies all over the country, to include Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Immigration and Customs Enforcement can then notify us if they want to come in and take somebody, and they have 24/7 access to our correctional facility. And that's what we've been doing for decades, under Trump 1, under Biden, under Obama, under Bush. And that's what we are going to continue to do.
So there's no change there. You're saying Bucks County never, my words, would alert ICE to this, since this could be somebody pretty dangerous that might be deportable.
ICE alerts us. That's the way it's always gone. ICE alerts us. We tell them who we have, and they tell us who is in the country illegally.
And that's been
Fred. 287G wouldn't have necessarily.
Okay, all right. So Fred, you're saying that's Fred Herron's policy also. That's what he did.
That's what we've been doing.
Okay.
I mean, that's been the policy.
Now, with 287G, the one judge that has ruled on this, at least out in Bucks County, talked about the fact, I'm looking right at it, 3 sheriffs seemed to say it was minimal. What's the big deal here? So specifically, and Herron has maintained, unless you differ, I'm not sure during the campaign, this was going to be very limited to violent criminals. That's what you were going to do. It's more, at this point, what happened, it was kind of symbolic. What's the objection? Why rescind that?
So ultimately, this was a public safety question. So we have about 9% of our population, about 50,000 people, are immigrants with some sort of status. And there are, an unknown number of people who are, again, working in kitchens, working as gardeners. And a lot of people were terrified to call the police, to report crime, and to come into our courthouse and testify if they're witnesses. And they were terrified because, not only because of ICE, but because they heard that Bucks County local law enforcement was assisting ICE. The nuances of what Sheriff Herron may or may not have been trying to do not translate. And so what we were seeing was a decrease in 911 calls, as the reports I was getting. And that makes everybody less safe. Somebody who commits a crime where someone who's in the country illegally is victimized, that same person could then, hurt a legal citizen. So that was a huge issue. And you know who was telling me, Dom, that this 287G issue was a big issue? Police chiefs. Police chiefs throughout Bucks County privately were telling me, please get rid of this, because the communities we serve, a lot of folks no longer trust us. And that puts everybody in danger.
Yes, but let's talk about the core from the person who's here illegally. I get it. They're fearful. They're hearing something. Isn't it better to explain that that would not do that, or do you object to what was here versus what I would say is fallacious that was being put out there? I don't care if it's the police chiefs or not. Why not take that on and explain, no, this is not going to put you more at risk, or did you think it did?
Well, a few things. First, the thing that Sheriff Herron said publicly that he wanted to do, again, what he said publicly, which was evidently very limited and frankly completely unnecessary to achieve the same goals. And we can talk about why what he was saying was completely unnecessary to do what he wanted to do. We don't operate in a vacuum. We operate in a complex information environment where you need to put yourself in the shoes of the individuals who this policy would affect. And those were the people who were terrified. And also, Sheriff Herron, even if he said he wanted to do something quite limited, that's not what he signed. The 287G agreement has multiple models. The model that he signed is called the task force model.
Mm-hmm.
That gives tremendous authority. And he was in a campaign year. And I think he realized very quickly that it was a unpopular decision with the county. So he kind of dialed it back a little bit and said he only wanted it for this narrow reason. But those expanded powers were still out there. And if he won re-election, he would have been free to act on them.
Okay. To me, what we have here, and I understand what you're saying, and the police chiefs, I give due deference. We're talking with Danny Seiso, the new sheriff in Bucks County. We have people that are here illegally in a circumstance, and I get it, who wouldn't, wanting a better quality of life and all the stuff we've talked about. But they are dictating the policy here because of their fears. That's the way that I see it versus Americans who voted in an election and want illegal immigrants not to be here.
Well, I'll say a couple things on that. First and foremost, I think Donald Trump won for several reasons that did not have anything to do with his immigration policy.
Why do you think
they had to do it because people couldn't afford eggs, people couldn't afford rent. That's first and foremost. Second, what I heard time and time again out on the campaign trail, what I heard from Republicans and independents, this isn't me just putting on my political speech voice. This is what I genuinely heard, that they wanted the criminals out and they thought the Trump administration would get the criminals out, but they didn't like what they were seeing with 14 people taken from a grocery store in Norristown, mothers shopping for their kids. They didn't want that. They didn't want their neighbor who owns a restaurant to have their busboy and dishwasher out who have been here for 15 years. They didn't want that. So, and by the way, not only did my anecdotal experience show that, our polling bore that out. And the fact that we smoked Sheriff Herron, that is what I believe the vast majority of Americans want.
Well, I would read it, and look, you've grown up in a family with an expert in it. Your dad, right, is a great operative on this. I read it pretty clearly. They couldn't get at Trump in Bucks County, so they got at Fred Herron and Jen Shoren, and the Trump voters don't vote if Trump is not on the ballot. I'm not saying this helped Herron at all, and it may have been something, and you ran on it skillfully, but I think the election was more about that. Let's talk a little bit.
Well, Dom, I'll tell you, to say that Trump won because of immigration, but then we won because Trump wasn't on the ballot, I think that's pretty nitpicky. I mean,
I think that's
what happened. People, I apologize, Dom. People saw what President Trump was doing, and they didn't like it. And that is why we won in a landslide.
Affordability, maybe affordability. Well, again, I think it's just Trump derangement syndrome mainly, and the Trump voters, I'll handle that part, Danny, they don't come out if he's not on the ballot. So you're going to have this hatred of Trump. It fuels it. It was fueled more by people who love what he's doing. Not on the ballot, though, doesn't come out. But let me.
If they loved if they loved what he was doing, particularly with immigration, why wouldn't they come out to vote for the man who is standing up to enforce his policies in Bucks County? They didn't come out
because he's not on the ballot. I know it's a weird thing, but that's what I think is happening here. But
if they really cared about it, they would have come out.
All right. Let's take a moment. What else have you seen? You were good enough to come on. So what else have you seen on the sheriff's office so far that you might do a little bit differently, or we should know some nuggets? Is there anything in there that needs, we're going to see some changes, you think?
Yeah, I mean, so first and foremost, I think, has Sheriff Herron come on and kind of talked about what the sheriff's office is relative to police departments?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah. So, the sheriff's office, I'll take a step back. My background's mainly in the military, as a military officer, and we are just drilled on mission first, and staying in our lane and thinking about what our job is before we try to do anybody else's. The sheriffs have a really important job, and a lot of folks don't really know what it is. But we hunt fugitives, and that's a dangerous job. And we have thousands of outstanding criminal warrants in Bucks County. We transport prisoners to and from the jail, which it sounds easy, but a lot goes into it. And if that gets messed up, which happened all the time in Philly when I was working in Philly, if you have somebody who is coming into court and they're a victim of crime, that's not a fun process to come in. And if they come in and that defendant isn't brought down from the jail, again, which happened all the time in Philly, they have to come back, and they often don't. And that case gets dropped. We make sure people are safe and feel safe in a courthouse while they're taking difficult steps to protect themselves and their families. I want to do those things really well. One of the disagreements I had with Sheriff Herron, and again, we get along personally. I want to be clear.
He has said that many times. Yes,
we're neighbors.
Yeah,
and he's a perfectly fine guy. But I think he was trying to do too much and not doing the core duties, responsibilities, and mission of the office to the highest possible standard. So that is my primary focus. Is not going to do 10 different side projects. It's to allocate our limited manpower and resources to doing our job to the best of our ability.
Well, you did, to your credit, make some comments about a counterpart, Rochelle Bilal, who to me is beyond a disgrace. And when you were talking about being in Philly, I'm not sure if it was during her tenure where you couldn't get people there. And I agree with you, when you're witnessing at risk and all that. What is it you think of her now that she doubled down, I guess, yesterday on the very same things?
It's just unproductive on a number of levels. It's counterproductive, really. Look, we as sheriffs are the executives of a law enforcement agency. You cannot be threatening the rank and file officers of another agency, even if you disagree with them. If you disagree with the Trump policies, the Trump administration's policies on mass deportations, that's an activist's job. That's a regular citizen's job to go out there and make statements like that if they so choose. That is not the executive of a law enforcement agency's job. Look, our federal law enforcement agencies, they're our partners. Our state law enforcement agencies, our local law enforcement agencies. And you have to be able to work with everyone. I was just emailing back and forth with the deputy field director of ICE in the Philadelphia area, again, because I want to ensure that our dangerous criminals continue to be deported. You have to work with everyone in order to make our community safe.
Let me ask you then, you've given us that's a good note, but what are some of the things now, if we could characterize this way, that Herron was doing that you will not do with ICE? Can you be clear on that? Is there anything you will not do that he was doing?
I'm going to do everything that we had been doing aside from 287G, which was never implemented. So because 287G was never implemented, there's no change. And in fact, I sent an email to our office explaining my decision to withdraw from 287G. And I said, we're just going to do what we've always done. We're going to do the exact same thing we've always done. No more, no less.
All right. Well, do you have a Twitter? Do we go to see what you're up to there? Where's the best place to see what the sheriff's office is doing?
Yeah, what I'd love for folks to do is we have a Facebook page, which the comments are wild. I try not to check them too much. But the Bucks County Sheriff's Office on Facebook, if I can just do a quick plug, since I've gotten into this office, and I knew it going in, we have some outstanding deputies. We have a wonderful group of people. They are non-political. They are just professionals who come in and do their job and so deeply care about doing good work for our community. And we really try to highlight them on our Facebook page. So it's the Bucks County Sheriff's Office on Facebook.
We do the same thing here for law enforcement. We'll check it out and hopefully have one or two of them on. Please come back as this continues. And again, the only thing, the biggest objection is this overzealous stuff and not hearing comments about interference and law enforcement being on the scene. Did they not give you enough time with 6ABC? Or do you think you just wanted to focus on the ICE agents?
So, look, when it comes to overzealousness, I am not an expert in what exactly happened in Minneapolis.
Okay.
But from what I have seen, that you do not fire. This isn't just from what I've seen. You don't fire into a moving car. You don't fire into a moving car. I don't know.
What are you citing on that to say that you don't do that? If the car is coming at you, you absolutely can do that.
You step out of the way of the car.
Danny, what training or what are you citing that for, other than you believe that it's quicker to do that? There's no training that backs that up that I know of.
So a lot of that is based on, and again, I can't cite to a specific thing, a specific statute or policy guidance right now. But for example, I'll talk about police chases. The standard operating procedures for police chases have shifted significantly in the last decade or so because it is so dangerous to do a police chase. There's very few examples where you don't want a car running wild. Shooting into a car, particularly in a crowded area, that just is kind of rule number one. Because also, and I will cite this. Are you a gun owner?
No.
Okay. What are there's 4 basic rules that everybody knows, about firearms. One of which is you always have to know your sight picture. You have to not just know what you're shooting at, but what's behind what you're shooting at. And in a scenario like that, when you're shooting into where there potentially could be any number of people, that's a dangerous situation to be firing in public like that. Discharging your weapon is a last resort. And everything I saw from that video, and again, I haven't watched it a million times because I've been busy here, is that gentleman could have stepped out of the way. And as somebody who has been trained and is proficient with my sidearm, with my duty pistol, to draw, to aim, to fire is a longer process than to take a step to the right.
Again, I think you're on very shaky ground, though. I don't think you can, in general, cite anything here that would say either criminally or even ICE training or anything where you're under duty bound in that situation. It's a reasonable person standard. I'm a law school dropout, but I would debate this. That's a reasonable offer in that officer, whether he was reasonable in being where he was after she nicked him, etc. We could argue that. But once that's underway, he can't possibly be criminally charged for firing at her. And I don't know of anything or anybody that would agree with you other than to say, Danny, that it's not optimal, the situation to be firing there, but you have that right to preserve your right. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, and look, it is a reasonable officer standard.
Yes.
And to be very, very clear to your listeners, and this is the judgment, call I'm going to make anytime I have a deputy, God forbid, will never be involved in something like this. But you have to look at what somebody with that officer's training and experience in that moment would have done. You can't watch something 500 times on slow motion. You have to recognize that something happens in a split second. But you do need to consider given someone with that officer's training and experience what would have been reasonable in that moment. And I believe placing yourself in front of a vehicle, firing into a moving car, and again, he looked like he was pretty much on the side of the vehicle and could have very easily taken a step. I personally, based on what I've seen, do not believe that was a reasonable action, but I'm not a prosecutor in Minnesota.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on, and to be continued after we refresh from this. Say hello to your dad.
I will. Thank you, Dom. And by the way, I'll come on anytime. I listen to you.
Well, thank you. We will take you up on that anytime.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
All right, Danny Slicer, the new sheriff out there in Bucks County. We get a debrief from Henry here. Again, I think that's there were a lot of good stuff in there, but pretty shaky stuff as far as the reasonable standard with this officer here. And again, it sounded like using his training against him. Oh, well, he was well trained. Why would he do that then? That's not going to wash. There is nothing here that would force him to have to move away from that vehicle. That's ironclad. There's nothing I can see. Now, getting into that situation, et cetera. All right, we can have some debate. All right, I'd love to get your reaction. And Henry, we'll take a break. We'll take yours. We'll do Dom's Money Melody. Wanted to give you a chance, though, since you booked him. And tell us, youtube.com/1210. You can join the chat there, too. Is the chat pretty lively?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I hope
to say the least.
I hope there's no profanities or whatever.
No, I'd say only about half is profanity.
Okay. Well, look, in my view, sitting here, that was textbook. What I think talk radio ought to be. It's not just one person screams, we over talk. And we came to a core at the end where there's real difference here. I see it pretty clearly. You're not going to be citing anything with that cop that says he ought to be criminally charged or step aside or whatever. I think that's very dangerous. Okay, good point. All right, we'll debrief all that, but it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, so today we're playing for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, so today we were talking about, on the side question, that all-time, I completely forgot.
Gamble,
yeah. So
well, Henry, calm down.
Sorry. After this whole thing, I lost my complete train of thought. I mean, I was typing a lot of notes back here on this whole conversation.
I can already wait to see them, yeah.
So anyway, the all-time gamble that paid off, and Sean's answer today actually inspired me a little bit to look into bands that were independent and then hit it big. So I found one that I'm going to play you here today. Okay. So something about this band. They've been together for over 40 years, which kind of shocked me. And it took them about 10 years to really break through in the 90s when their independent album reached the top of the charts back in 1994 and ushered in a new wave of music with them and Green Day, really revitalizing the kind of punk sound that had been gone for so long. So I'm going to play you this band with a very smart frontman covering Sean's answer of the Beatles today. I want to know the name of this band that has been around for over 40 years and has a very smart frontman. Let's take a listen.
Pretty good, because this is difficult, man. This is like the national anthem you're covering. You know?
Yeah, and it doesn't really. I mean, obviously the singer, I think, still sounds like himself, but it's obviously not the same punk sound that this band is known for. But I want the name of this punk band covering the Beatles right here with a very smart frontman.
All right, hit us with that. We'll get a winner, and we'll get your take on this. And by the way, already up on Twitter. Nicely done. Big interview with Danny Slicer. Give me your reaction, 855-839-1210.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during Home Field Hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The original Rocky statue is going to be moved from the bottom of the Art Museum steps back to the top. The Avenue of the Arts on South Broad Street is getting a $150 million makeover. And Girl Scout cookies go on sale today with a new Rocky Road ice cream inspired flavor.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You don't want to miss a moment of Flyers hockey on Broad Street this season. Be here when the Flyers take on the New York Rangers in a matinee matchup on Saturday, January 17th at 1 p.m. Presented by Bank of America.
Drops it off Gravenkin to the slot. The shot score! Nikita Gravenkin is first in the National Hockey League.
Experience it here because Flyers hockey is better live. And the only place to watch is at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Get your tickets now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, who is covering this classic song? Let's hear a little bit. All right, let me go to Mickey and Conshohocken on Talk Radio 1210. Mickey, who's covering it?
Hey, what's up, Dom? That's going to be the Offspring there.
All right, nicely played. I'll put you on hold. You get the belt today. Enjoy the book. All right, now, we got a lot going on here with the sheriff. What do you say the verdict is on the YouTube chat, Henry?
Regarding what? Did they like it? I mean, it seems like they're very, I mean, the chat is absolutely blowing up, if that's what you,
that's good, yeah.
Mostly, they're mostly on your side, I'd say, 99%.
Well, look, a lot of the points were made there were fine, but when we come back to, again, the step-aside thing here, as a criminal matter, is not going to fly. As a matter, is it optimal here? Even that's going to be debated, but as criminal, that's just not going to fly with the I have one cop, well, beyond swearing-in day, he got involved in this with the overzealous thing. Maybe he meant the actions of them are overzealous. But going after the cop here, and we talked about this initially, wasn't right in front of the car. Paul Morrow talked about the 3 shots, how quickly that could happen. Not optimal as far as firing with people around. We get it. But I think the reasonable officer or person standard in this is going to apply easily. And you're not going to see, at least at the federal level, any kind of criminality here. Now, whether departmentally, the tactic here, that's what happens in most of these cases. But criminal behavior in this? Patrick in Schwenksville out there on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Patrick, welcome in.
Hey, Don, good afternoon. Great interview with this Bucks County Sheriff. So I believe I heard that the ICE agent involved was a military, had military experience in Afghanistan, right? So he was trained, right?
And he also had ICE training prior to this iteration of ICE. I think he was there a while, Patrick. And the DA toward the end seemed to suggest, well, the more training he had, now he's in more difficult.
Correct. So again, if you look at that video, he was videotaping with his phone.
Yes.
The only time he reached for his weapon was when she backed up and heard her I guess the girlfriend or the wife say, "Hey, go, go, go." He saw that car coming forward. He took his weapon out.
Well, here's what the jury would have to be asking. Are we saying, really, this guy has to take on more risk and do the step aside and may or may not get hit after he was already, shall we say, brushed with the car? We know that. We've seen the photos of that. They're not going to convict someone on that, and it's a disgrace that would be criminal. As far as departmental policy, I really need to have an expert on from ICE, et cetera, on that. But criminality, no way.
Correct. And Don, one other thing. If you go on YouTube, you can find numerous videos of state troopers when they do traffic stops on the highway. There's also another trooper standing in front of the vehicle. He may be a little bit further back, so he can look inside the windshield to make sure that that person's not reaching for a weapon.
I'll have to check on that. Bo in Levittown, thanks for all the emails here. I could tell you were fired up, Bo. What's your thought?
Oh, Dom, you got my busy season off to a roaring start. As far as if Danny's listening, I'd like to first say to pound sand, but that's okay. But as far as like these illegals and paying taxes, that's total BS. They're not paying taxes.
And in the business, that idea, what is the percentages? How would we know? You know what it comes down to, Bo? It comes down to this idea of the point I try to make, I don't care what the chiefs of police say. We're letting people here illegally dictate the policy on this because of their fear. Okay, is that where we're going to go?
I bet you that's not true. Say you call your friend from Bensalem Township. Do you think he's going to say that at all? Was he okay with what Obama did, the deporter-in-chief, sending all those people back to where they came from? And it just makes me insane, but he is a smooth talker. He's Shapiro 2.0.
He was
as
good.
Far as that
He was
goes.
very good. That's why it was enjoyable. Thank you. Not as enjoyable, Henry, as I wish you were here with Christy. I could have done that for hours. And if he were in studio, there would have been a brawl. I can tell you right now. Yeah. So when are you getting Larry Krasner on?
Oh, gosh.
Or Rochelle Bilal and Larry Krasner.
All right, yeah,
together.
maybe
Yes,
package duo. Yeah, 2-on-1.
May I call you Sheriff? Because you certainly don't look. All right, Henry, any observations on your part? You were in the camp that you think the step aside is reasonable, potentially.
It's reasonable, but I understand your argument with it, too. I thought it was a very good interview. I thought it was a good back and forth, the kind of conversation we kind of need in this country that it just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm glad it happens locally, too. We're talking local issues.
I mean, we were both
local and national.
on opposite sides of this. And look, he reasonably could say, well, look, I'm the sheriff out here in Bucks County. By and large, he did not. And my point is, well, you intruded on your swearing-in day by taking on overzealous officers, which I think is always a bad thing given this situation. To be gone down there with the cop. There are instances where I would say, yeah, the cop overreacted. But in this situation, criminally, given what we've seen and given that the local cops offered no support. All right, we'll take more of your reaction, and we'll also close out what was a great Henry's invention today. Side question. Sully hits the water around this time. I think it was right around here, a little bit later. And I remember Katie Couric reporting, you won't believe it. This guy went into the Hudson and carefully took everybody off, made sure everything was okay. And then they put him on trial. My God. Instead of, who do you want to fly with, the people that put him on trial or him? And you know who's a hero in this too? The co-pilot.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the co-pilot knew him, and if Sully says it, we're going in.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You say fastball, I'm throwing fastball. All right, Sully.
Remember that, Henry. If I say, all right, Henry, we're going down with this, and you say, okay, we are. I don't know if producers have to do that. Co-pilots do. All right, lightning round next. 8-5.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours, thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
It's Nick Cale here. Start your new year off right with that new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are available to assist you in your unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right. The Piazza Premium family has dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza PremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Weather sponsored by Special Olympics PA.
It's going to be very cold overnight with a low of 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high of 35. Saturday in the morning, we could see some rain or snow depending on where you are. High Saturday, 42. Sunday, only 35 for the high. Clouds are expected. Mostly sunny on Monday, high 37.
The 2026 Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Come chill at Citizens Bank Park on February 21st to make a splash and support Special Olympics Philadelphia athletes at the same time. Visit phillyplunge.org to learn more and sign up today.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
You may want to subscribe. The interview that I have next week that's coming together, even bigger. All right, not as tense as this one. Sean, who did you like quickly? Number one here. We don't have any more time. Who do you like? All right, Henry, who did you like?
Well, we only had the two answers today, I believe,
did we?
Right? Yeah, so...
executive decision.
Earl or
right.
Lance?
Should we do it tomorrow?
No, let's do it now.
Okay.
I like Earl's answer.
You liked Earl's?
Yeah.
All right. Who'd you like?
Yeah, D-Day was good. That was definitely a good
Lance,
turn.
that was
All right,
Lance.
we'll put Earl's.
Lance.
Yeah, it was great. We'll put Earl's in there. Tomorrow we'll have another side question. Sorry about that today. It just morphed everything. Henry, where can they find that? Where are the
it's going to
vehicles
be on
us?
Twitter. It's going to be on TikTok. It's going to be on YouTube. It's going to be everywhere you can find videos. Instagram.
Okay. All right. It's all over the place. Thank you to Sheriff Seisler for coming on. Yeah, I'm probably not going to bring Fred on to rebut that or do that. You know, I'd bring the two of them on together, though. They'll agree to do that. Put that down. I think that'd be fun. All right. Coming up, Tony and Miss Robin take you from 3 until 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.